The signal didn't come from the void, it came from the stars themselves. For 3 billion years, the galaxy had been screaming, and humanity was simply too deaf to hear it. We were a species of radio waves and primitive optics, looking at the twinkling lights of the night sky and seeing poetry where there was only predatory coordination. We saw constellations, they saw a neural network. The change began with the arrival of the Calliope. It wasn't a ship in any sense our engineers understood. It was a hollowed-out moon, its surface scarred by the thermal lashings of 1,000 suns, trailing a wake of frozen atmosphere and dead bodies. It didn't decelerate. It slammed into the gravity well of Jupiter, using the gas giant's mass to shed velocity in a maneuver that liquefied the structural integrity of its lower decks. When the first human salvage crews reached it, they didn't find high-tech wonders. They found a tomb. The interior was a labyrinth of organic corridors, smelling of ozone and the copper tang of alien blood. And in the center of the command spire, a single looping broadcast was being hammered out on every frequency known to physics. "Stop listening," the message pleaded in a trillion translated tongues. "If you can hear them, they have already seen you." Captain Elias Thorne of the United Earth Heavy Engineering Corps stood on the bridge of the USV Ironclad, staring at the sensor feed of the alien ark. Thorne was a man built of sharp angles and scar tissue, a veteran of the Belt Wars who measured life in kilojoules and structural stress loads. He didn't believe in cosmic horror. He believed in reinforced steel and the reliability of a well-maintained fusion torch. "Analysis?" Thorne asked. His voice was a low rasp, the product of a ruptured lung in vacuum 3 years prior. "The ship is a lifeboat, sir," replied Sarah Jenkins, the lead xenolinguist. She was pale, her hands trembling as she adjusted the audio filters on the alien broadcast. "But not from a war, not a conventional one. They're fleeing the stars, not the beings between the stars themselves." Thorne grunted, leaning over the console. "Stars are fusion reactors, Jenkins. They don't have agendas, they have gravity." "They're talking, Captain," she whispered. "We mapped the fluctuations in the Alpha Centauri system against the pulses from Sirius. It's not random noise, it's a handshake protocol. They're coordinating. They're a hive mind on a galactic scale, and they've just realized there's an infestation in the dark spots between them." As if punctuated by her words, the sun, our sun, flared. It wasn't a standard coronal mass ejection. It was a targeted needle of plasma, a billion-ton spear aimed directly at the Calliope. "Shields to maximum, burn the thrusters," Thorne roared. The ironclad groaned as its massive chemical engines fought the sudden gravitational surge. On the view screen, the alien ark didn't stand a chance. The solar flare hit it like a god's hammer, vaporizing the moon-sized vessel in a silent, blinding flash of white light. In seconds, the last record of an entire civilization was reduced to ionized gas. The bridge was silent. The crew of the ironclad watched the spot where the ark had been. "They just silenced a witness," Jenkins said, her voice breaking. Thorn didn't look away. His eyes reflected the cold, predatory glow of the sun. He didn't feel terror. He felt the slow, simmering heat of human spite. "They missed a spot," Thorn said, turning toward his comms officer. "Patch me through to High Command on Earth. Tell them to wake up the shipyards. Tell them the stars aren't our neighbors, they're the enemy. And if they want to talk, we're going to give them something to scream about." The mobilization was unlike anything in human history. We are a species of builders. When the environment turns hostile, we don't evolve, we build a bigger wall. When the winter comes, we don't grow fur, we invent fire. The solar threat was classified as a level Omega extinction event. The public wasn't told that the stars were sentient. That would cause a collapse of the collective psyche. They were told the sun had entered a lethal, unpredictable cycle of hyperactivity. The solution was simple, brutal, and quintessentially human. We were going to cage it. Project Ethelgard. For the next 5 years, the industrial output of the entire solar system was redirected. The asteroid belt was dismantled. Ceres, Vesta, and Pallas were ground into dust, their minerals smelted in massive orbital foundries. We weren't building ships anymore, we were building a shroud. "It's a Dyson swarm, but not for energy," Thorn explained to the Council of Nations. He was now Admiral Thorn, overseeing the largest construction project in the history of sentient life. He stood before a holographic projection of the sun, now surrounded by a flickering web of hexagonal plates. "It's a blindfold. If the stars communicate through light and gravity, we cut the signal. We build a shell of lead, carbon nanotubes, and gravity dampeners. We make Earth invisible." "And if the sun resists?" a delegate asked. Thorn's smile was a jagged line of flint. "We've been stabbing the Earth for coal and oil since we had thumbs. We've split the atom. If the sun wants to be a protagonist, it's going to find out that humanity is the ultimate antagonist." The work was grueling. Millions of engineers lived in zero-G habitats, their bones thinning, their eyes growing accustomed to the harsh glare of welding arcs. There was no beauty in the design. Human tech was blocky, utilitarian, and covered in external piping. It was built to be repaired with a wrench and a prayer. While the alien ark had been a work of biological art, the Ethelgard plates were slabs of defiant industrialism. But the stars were watching. As the swarm reached 40% coverage, the talk intensified. Astronomers reported that stars across the local cluster were shifting their spectra into the ultraviolet. They were screaming in a frequency that bypassed our sensors and went straight into the human midbrain. People began to have the same dream, a vast, burning eye opening in the dark, and a voice like grinding tectonic plates saying, "Quiet." On the construction front, accidents spiked. Solar flares began to target the assembly drones with surgical precision. "They're trying to stop the blindfold," Jenkins said, now the head of the Signal Intelligence Division. She looked like a ghost, her skin sallow from years under artificial light. "The sun knows what we're doing, Admiral. It's trying to call for help." Let it call, Thorn said, standing on the observation deck of the Ethelgard Prime, a station the size of a city. How long until the next plate is locked? 6 hours, but the flare activity is reaching critical levels. If we don't back off, the sun is going to go nova. It would rather kill itself and us than be silenced. Thorn looked at the sun. It was a roaring, angry god, a furnace of unimaginable power, and he hated it. He hated its arrogance. He hated that it thought it owned the system just because it was big. Heads of all sectors, Thorn said into his localized comms. This is the Admiral. The sun is threatening a total discharge. It thinks we're afraid of the fire. It thinks we'll blink. He paused, watching a massive arc of plasma leap from the solar surface, reaching out like a claw toward the station. Increase the thickness of the lead shielding on the next batch of plates. Double the coolant flow. We aren't blinking. We're going to put this thing in a box, and if it burns us while we do it, then we'll die holding the lid down. Work faster. The day the sky went dark was the day humanity truly began. The final plate of the Ethelgard swarm drifted into place over the northern pole of the sun. It was a piece of engineering 300 miles wide, etched with the logos of 100 different human corporations and nations. As it locked into the magnetic lattice, the last sliver of natural sunlight vanished from the solar system. Earth was plunged into a permanent, artificial night. But we were ready. 1,000 fusion reactors fed by the very hydrogen we siphoned from the sun's outer layers flickered to life. The planet stayed warm. The cities stayed lit. We had replaced the god in the sky with a machine of our own making. In the command center of Ethelgard Prime, the silence was deafening. Signal status, Thorn asked. Jenkins looked at her monitors. For the first time in years, the lines were flat. The talk has stopped, sir, locally at least. The sun is screaming internally, but the swarm is absorbing 99% of the output. To the rest of the galaxy, we're gone. The solar system just blinked out of existence. Good, Thorn said. He allowed himself a single exhale. Admiral, Jenkins whispered, her eyes wide as she looked at the deep space sensors. You need to see this. She put the long-range feed on the main screen. They were looking at the nearest star system, Proxima Centauri. The star was changing. It wasn't flaring. It was turning. The entire mass of the star was shifting, its magnetic poles aligning toward Sol. Then another star followed, then another. Across the quadrant, the stars were repositioning themselves like hounds catching a scent. They noticed the silence, Jenkins said, her voice trembling. The swarm didn't just hide us. It created a hole in their network. They're looking for the source of the quiet. Thorn stared at the screen. Thousands of stars, each one a sentient, burning entity, were now focused on the dark spot where the human sun used to be. The cosmic horror was no longer a whisper. It was a physical presence, a collective gaze that could wither worlds. "They're coming here," Jenkins said. "They'll tear the swarm apart to see what's underneath." Thorne didn't flinch. He walked over to the tactical map. He saw the tiny, fragile dots of human colonies on Mars, the mining outposts on Titan, the shipyards of the Belt. Compared to the stars, we were nothing. We were ants trying to fight a forest fire. But ants knew how to build tunnels, and humans knew how to build weapons. "They think we're hiding," Thorne said, his voice regaining that hard, industrial edge. "They think we built this shell because we're afraid. They think the silence is a retreat." He looked at his officers, his face illuminated by the harsh, artificial red light of the battle stations. "We didn't build a shield," Thorne growled. "We built a forge. If they want to come closer to see why we went quiet, let them. We've spent 5 years learning how to cage a star. Now let's see if we can learn how to kill one." He tapped a command on his console, sending a burst of data to the hidden shipyards in the Uit cloud. "Begin Phase 2, Thorne ordered. "If the stars want to talk, we'll give them a funeral oration." Far out in the darkness, beyond the reach of the sun's caged light, 10,000 human ships, sleek, black, and armed with gravity-well generators, began to move. They weren't fleeing, they were hunting. The alien ark had fled the talking stars. Humanity was going to make them shut up. The Uit cloud was no longer a graveyard of frozen stone and wandering comets. It had become the largest munitions factory in the history of the local group. Hidden in the shadow of the Ethelgard shroud, shielded from the prying, photonic eyes of the neighboring stars, humanity had spent 5 years perfecting the art of the stellar kill. Admiral Thorne stood on the command deck of the USV Atropos, the flagship of the newly christened Null Fleet. The ship was a brutalist masterpiece, a 3-kilometer slab of reinforced tungsten and sensor-baffling composites. It didn't look like a vessel, it looked like a tombstone. "Targeting telemetry locked," reported Commander Kalin, a woman whose face was a map of radiation burns and cybernetic implants. "Proxima Centauri is responding to our silence. It's shifting its mass. It's preparing a long-range coronal discharge. It's trying to ping our location to see if the sun is still there." "Let it ping," Thorne said, his voice a dry rattle. "Is the relativistic kill vehicle ready?" "The needle is fueled and in position, Admiral. Velocity is currently at 0.12 c and climbing. We'll hit 90% light speed by the time we clear the heliopause." The needle was humanity's answer to the cosmic choir. It wasn't a bomb. It was a solid pillar of ultra-dense matter, tipped with a singularity core that warped spacetime around it, allowing it to bypass the traditional drag of interstellar medium. It was designed to do one thing: pierce the heart of a star and disrupt the delicate hydrostatic equilibrium that kept it from collapsing. Jenkins, Thorne said, turning to the xenolinguist who now sat at the center of a web of quantum-entangled sensors. What are they saying? Sarah Jenkins didn't look up. Her eyes were fixed on a stream of data that translated the gravitational waves of the surrounding systems into a visual waveform. They're confused, Admiral. Proxima is calling out to Alpha Centauri A and B. It's a triliteration protocol. They're realizing that the infestation in the Sol system didn't just die, it built a wall. They're calling it a void canker. They're coordinating a purge. A purge, Thorne repeated, the word tasting like bile. They think they're cleaning a wound. They don't see us as sentient, sir, Jenkins said, her voice hollow. To them, we're a mold that grew on a warm rock. They don't hate us. They just want the system to be clean again so they can resume their conversation. Then we'll give them a reason to recognize our existence, Thorne said. Launch the needle. There was no sound in the vacuum, but the Atropos shuddered as the magnetic rails of the UIT-based accelerator fired. The needle vanished into the dark, a streak of distorted light that tore through the fabric of space. It would take 4 years to reach Proxima Centauri, but in the scale of galactic time, it was a lightning strike. But Thorne knew they didn't have 4 years. The stars were already reacting. Incoming, Kalen shouted. Gamma ray burst detected from the direction of Sirius. They're not waiting for a physical arrival. They're trying to cook the system. The Ethelgard shroud took the hit. On the tactical monitors, the massive hexagonal plates of the solar cage glowed a violent purple as they absorbed the energy of 1,000 Hiroshima bombs every second. The heat sinks began to glow dull red. The shroud is holding, but the surface temperature of the plates is spiking, Kalen reported. If we don't vent the heat, the structural integrity will fail in 48 hours. We're being baked in our own oven. Vent it into the sun, Thorne ordered. Sir. The sun is our prisoner, Thorne said, his eyes narrowing. It wants to talk to its friends. Let it swallow their screaming. Reverse the thermal flow. Use the heat sinks to pump that gamma energy directly back into the solar core. Let the sun feel what its brothers are doing to us. It was a maneuver that defied every law of stellar ethics if such a thing existed. They were using the sun as a cosmic radiator, forcing it to absorb the very energy its peers were using to try and kill humanity. On the sensors, the sun began to pulse. It was a rhythmic, agonizing throb, a star being choked by its own output. It's screaming, Jenkins whispered, her hands flying over her console. The sun, it's begging them to stop. It's telling Sirius that we're using it as a shield. It's pleading for mercy. Does Sirius care? Thorne asked. Jenkins paused, her face pale in the flickering light of the monitors. No, Sirius just responded. The translation is, amputation is necessary for the health of the constellation. They're willing to kill our sun just to get to us. Thorne felt a cold shiver of vindication. He had been right. The stars weren't gods. They were bureaucrats of a celestial order that had no room for the small, the soft, and the loud. If they want an amputation, we'll give them a gangrene they can't ignore, Thorne said. Signal the rest of the Null fleet. We're moving to the Kuiper belt. We're not just defending anymore. We're going to seed the local cluster with the silence. The silence was the second phase of Project Ethelgard. It wasn't a cage for a star, it was a virus. A swarm of self-replicating nanobots designed to feed on stellar plasma and weave a web of non-reflective carbon across the surface of any star they touched. It was a Dyson cloud in a bottle, a weaponized shadow that would spread from star to star, silencing the galactic network one voice at a time. As the Null fleet moved out, Thorne looked back at the caged sun. It was a black sphere now, a hole in the universe, surrounded by the flickering, angry lights of a galaxy that had finally realized it was at war. Admiral Kaelin said, her voice tight, "We have a problem. The Calliope, the alien ark we found at Jupiter. The salvage crews just reported a secondary signal." "I thought that ship was vaporized," Thorne said. "The physical structure was, but the data core was quantum locked. It survived the flare. We just managed to decrypt the final layer of their records. They weren't just fleeing the stars, sir. They were fleeing the end of the stars." Thorne turned to look at her. "Explain." "The stars aren't the top of the food chain," Kaelin said, her hands trembling as she brought up a new set of data. "They're talking because they're afraid. Something is moving through the intergalactic void, something that feeds on light itself. The stars weren't trying to kill us because we're an infestation. They were trying to kill us because our radio waves and our heat are like a flare in the dark. We're a beacon." "A beacon for what?" Jenkins looked up, her eyes wide with a terror that surpassed anything they had felt before. "The Great Silence. The thing that follows the talk. The alien ark wasn't a lifeboat from a war. It was a message in a bottle warning us to stay quiet, not because the stars would hear us, but because if the stars hear us, it hears the stars." As she spoke, the long-range sensors picked up a distortion on the edge of the galaxy. It wasn't a star. It wasn't a nebula. It was a patch of absolute, perfect nothingness, moving at a speed that defied physics, devouring the light of the outer rim. The stars weren't the predators. They were the prey, screaming in the dark as the hunter closed in. Thorne looked at the black sphere of the caged sun. He had spent his life preparing to fight a god, only to realize he was a flea on a dog that was about to be eaten by a wolf. Admiral Kaelin whispered, "What do we do?" Thorne looked at the tactical map. He saw the needle streaking toward Proxima Centauri. He saw the Null fleet ready to shroud the galaxy in shadow. "We continue," Thorne said, his voice hard as iron. "But the hunter..." "The hunter follows the light," Thorne interrupted. "The stars are beacons. They are the noise that draws the beast. If we want to survive, we don't just need to hide Earth. We need to turn off the galaxy." He leaned over the console, his eyes reflecting the cold, artificial light of the bridge. "We're going to kill the stars before the thing in the dark can find them. We're going to steal their fire, cage their light, and turn this entire sector into a graveyard of cold iron. If there's no light to follow, the hunter will pass us by." "You're talking about galactic-scale omnicide," Jenkins said, horrified. "I'm talking about survival," Thorne replied. "The stars would have sacrificed us without a second thought to save their own skin. Now we're going to return the favor. We're going to be the silence that saves the world." The Atropos surged forward, leading the fleet into the deep black. Behind them, the caged sun throbbed in its prison, a captured god serving as the battery for its own executioners. The war wasn't between humanity and the stars anymore. It was a race against the dark. And for the first time in 3 billion years, the galaxy was about to go very, very quiet. In the depths of the Uit cloud, more accelerators fired, more needles were launched. Each one was a spear aimed at a burning eye. Thorne sat in his command chair watching the stars flicker and fade on the long-range monitors. He thought of the poets who had written about the beauty of the night sky, about the lovers who had wished upon the twinkling lights. They had been wrong. The stars weren't beauty. They were a dinner bell. "Status on the Proxima Needle?" he asked. 3 years to impact," Kalen said. "Double the production of the silence swarms," Thorne ordered. "I want the local cluster dark within the decade. If we can't be seen, we can't be eaten." "And if the stars fight back?" Jenkins asked. Thorne looked at the sensor feed of the incoming gamma ray burst from Sirius. It was a beautiful, lethal wave of energy, enough to scour the surface of a dozen planets. "Let them fight," Thorne said. "A dying man can scream all he wants, but it doesn't change the fact that the light is going out." The Atropos vanished into the fold space of a gravity drive, leaving the solar system behind. It was the first time a human vessel had ever left the influence of the sun, and it was doing so not as an explorer but as an assassin. As the ship transitioned into the void between stars, the bridge crew felt a strange sensation. It wasn't the talk of the stars that had been blocked by the ship's internal dampeners. It was something else. A low, rhythmic vibration that seemed to come from the very marrow of their bones. It was a heartbeat. Slow, massive, ancient. The hunter wasn't just coming, it was already here. It was the space between the stars. It was the vacuum itself, a sentient hunger that had been waiting for the lights to get bright enough to harvest. Thorne felt the vibration and tightened his grip on the arms of his chair. He didn't know if his plan would work. He didn't know if a cage of iron and carbon could hide a planet from a being that ate galaxies. But he knew one thing: humanity was a species of survivors. We had crawled out of the mud, conquered the fire, and chained the atom. We had looked at the gods in the sky and found them wanting. Prepare the next batch of needles, Thorn said into the darkness. We have a lot of work to do before the lights go out. The fleet moved on, a trail of cold, black needles sewing a shroud for the universe. The stars continued to scream, their voices reaching a frantic, ultraviolet crescendo as they realized the infestation had become a plague. But no one was listening anymore. Under the Ethilgard shroud, the people of Earth lived in a world of neon and fusion light. They worked in the factories, they tended the hydroponic farms, and they looked up at a sky that was as black as a crow's wing. They were safe. They were hidden. They were the only ones left who knew how to be quiet. And in the command spire of the Atropos, Admiral Thorn watched the last light of a distant sun vanish from his screen. One down, he whispered, 100 billion to go. The silence wasn't a tragedy, it was a fortress. And as the great dark hunter moved through the void, sniffing at the fading embers of the Milky Way, it found nothing but the cold, indifferent quiet of a graveyard. Humanity had won. We had become the very thing we feared, the darkness itself. And in that darkness, we would endure long after the last star had been extinguished and the last god had been silenced. The era of the talking stars was over. The era of the silent man had begun. The Atropos cut through the interstellar medium like a cauterizing blade. Around it, the escort destroyers of the Null Fleet maintained a rigid tetrahedral formation, their hull plates vibrating with the harmonics of the gravity drives. Inside the ship, the air tasted of recycled ozone and the metallic tang of high-output cooling systems. There was no gravity on the bridge except for that generated by the ship's own mass and the centrifugal spin of the command ring, creating a disorienting sensation of being perpetually pulled toward the dark heart of the vessel. Admiral, we are crossing the termination shock of the Sol system, Commander Kalen announced. Her cybernetic I-word slaving its feed directly to the tactical overlay. The shroud's external sensors are losing resolution. We are officially in the blind spot of the sun. Thorn nodded, his eyes fixed on the forward view screen. It showed nothing but the simulated representation of the void. To the naked eye, there was only the absolute blackness of the Ethilgard shroud behind them and the distant, accusing pinpricks of the stars ahead. Jenkins, status of the stellar network. The linguist was hunched over her station, her fingers dancing across a haptic interface that translated gravitational flux into tactile feedback. The talk has changed, sir. It's no longer a conversation. It's a panic. Alpha Centauri A is dumping mass at an unsustainable rate, trying to create a flare bright enough to illuminate the Uit cloud. It's trying to burn through our shadow. It's trying to call the hunter, Thorn muttered. It would rather be eaten than be silenced by us. It's more than that, Jenkins said, her voice trembling. I'm picking up a new frequency. It's not coming from the stars, it's coming from the gaps between them. a subspatial resonance. It's like a whetstone on a blade. The thing the ark warned us about, the great silence, it's responding to the stars' distress calls. How far? Hard to tell. In this medium, distance is a function of appetite, but the distortion in the Perseus arm is accelerating. It's moving toward the loudest noise. Right now, that's the Centauri triple system. Thorn leaned forward. This was the gamble. If they could silence Proxima, Alpha, and Beta Centauri before the hunter arrived, the creature might lose the scent. It was a cosmic game of hide-and-seek where the seeker was a fundamental force of nature. Increase velocity to 0.2 c, Thorn ordered. I want us within deployment range of the silence swarms before the needle impacts. We can't wait 4 years for the kinetic strike to do the job. We need to start the shroud process manually. Sir, at that speed, the friction with the interstellar gas will heat the hull to visible spectrums, Kalen warned. We'll be a streak of fire in the dark. The stars will see us coming. Let them see us, Thorn said, a grim smile touching his lips. By the time they realize what we are, we'll be close enough to put out their eyes. The Atropos surged. The transition was violent. The ship's structural integrity fields groaned under the sudden increase in relativistic mass. Outside, the sparse atoms of hydrogen hitting the forward shields began to glow, creating a bowshock of violet radiation. To any sentient star watching, it would look like a spark flying out of the dead zone of Sol, a defiant, microscopic ember. In the science labs of the lower decks, the silence swarms were being prepared. These weren't standard nanites. They were stellar moths, billions of autonomous, self-replicating carbon weavers. Once deployed into a star's corona, they would use the star's own magnetic field lines as a railway, spinning a web of ultra-thin, perfectly black graphene across the entire photosphere. They wouldn't kill the star immediately. They would simply trap its light, turning the star into a giant, internal combustion engine with no exhaust. Eventually, the pressure would build until the star collapsed or underwent a controlled cooling, but by then, it would be invisible to the outside universe. Admiral Jenkins called out, her voice sharp with sudden alarm. Proxima is... It stopped talking. Thorn turned. Did the needle hit early? No, sir, the needle is still 3 light years out. Proxima didn't go quiet because it was hit. It went quiet because it's screaming on a frequency we can't hear. Look at the magnetic flux. The screen displayed the nearest star. Proxima Centauri, usually a stable red dwarf, was contorting. Its magnetic loops were being pulled outward not by solar wind but by an external gravitational tether. It looked like a piece of fruit being squeezed by an invisible hand. Something is pulling on it, Kalen whispered. Something massive. The hunter, Thorn asked. No, Jenkins said, her face ghostly in the monitor's glow. The hunter is still parsecs away. This is the other stars. Alpha Centauri A and B are feeding on their smaller sibling. They're stripping Proxima of its mass to fuel a massive energy burst. They're using the dwarf star as a sacrificial battery to power a lighthouse beam. They're going to shine a light right at us, Thorn realized. They're going to point the hunter toward Saul to save themselves. The cruelty of it was breathtaking. The celestial entities, once thought to be ancient and wise, were proving to be as desperate and murderous as any cornered animal. They were prepared to extinguish one of their own just to cast a shadow on the void canker that was humanity. Tactical, Thorn roared. Can we intercept the mass transfer? Negative, Admiral, we're too far out. The energy involved is stellar scale. We're a fly trying to stop a waterfall. Then we changed the target, Thorn said, his mind racing through the cold calculus of war. If they want to use Proxima as a battery, we'll make that battery explode. Redirect the needle. Don't aim for the core. Aim for the magnetic North Pole right where the mass transfer tether is anchored. If we disrupt the connection, the back pressure will vent into Alpha Centauri A. The needle's guidance system is locked, sir. To change the trajectory at this velocity, we'd need to send a high-gain signal. It'll give away our exact position and vector. Do it, Thorn commanded. They already know we're here. Let's give them something to worry about. A burst of tight beam burst data shot out from the Atropos. It was a needle of information, invisible to the eye but a thunderclap to the sensitive photonic receptors of the stars. The reaction was instantaneous. Across the void, Alpha Centauri A flared with a brilliant, angry white light. The talk became a roar of static that nearly blew out the Atropos's sensors. Translation, Thorn yelled over the alarms. Jenkins winced, clutching her headset. It's a curse, Admiral. They're calling us the Unmaker. They're demanding we cease. They say we are violating the symphony of the spheres. They're threatening to ignite every gas giant in the sector if we don't stand down. Tell them the symphony is over, Thorn growled. Tell them it's time for the intermission. On the screen, the distant speck of the needle adjusted its course. It was moving at nearly 300,000 kilometers per second. Even a minor course correction at that speed required the expenditure of its entire singularity core. The needle began to glow blue-white as it warped the space around it, a tiny, man-made comet of pure destruction. 2 years of travel were compressed into seconds of tactical simulation. The crew of the Atropos watched as the needle crossed the final threshold of Proxima's gravity well. The impact wasn't a flash of light, it was a ripple in reality. When the needle hit the magnetic tether, the energy being drained from the red dwarf had nowhere to go. The connection snapped. The gravitational backflow hit Alpha Centauri A like a physical blow. The great white star shuddered, its perfect sphere flattening at the poles as the redirected mass slammed back into its corona. Proxima Centauri, suddenly released from the tether, went into a violent, unstable oscillation. Deprived of a third of its mass and hit by the needle's singularity, the star didn't explode, it tore. A massive rift of plasma erupted from its side, spinning out into the void in a spiral of cooling gas. The talk in the Centauri system died instantly. Proxima is dark, Kalen whispered. The star, it's still there, but it's no longer a fusion source. It's been reduced to a brown dwarf. It's silent. And the others. Alpha and Beta are reeling. The backsurge damaged their surface layers. They're whimpering, Admiral. The signal is weak. They're trying to heal their photospheres. Good, Thorne said, though there was no joy in his voice. Now deploy the swarms. While they're distracted, I want those stars hooded. We have to finish this before the hunter sees what we've done. The Atropos opened its massive hangar doors. Thousands of small, black canisters drifted out into the vacuum, their cold gas thrusters firing in synchronized bursts. These were the seeds of the silence. They would travel the remaining distance on the momentum of the ship, guided by AI cores that knew only one directive: hide the light. As the canisters vanished into the dark, Jenkins looked up from her console. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a new kind of fear. Admiral, the heartbeat, it stopped. Thorne froze. The hunter, is it gone? No, Jenkins said, her voice a mere breath. It didn't stop because it left. It stopped because it's holding its breath. It's right outside the system. It's watching the Centauri stars go dark. It's trying to figure out where the noise went. Suddenly, the bridge of the Atropos went cold. Not the mechanical cold of a failing heater, but a deep, existential chill that seemed to drain the heat from their very blood. The lights flickered and dimmed, not to black, but to a strange, bruised purple. On the main view screen, the stars didn't just fade, they warped. The space between the stars began to thicken, turning from a vacuum into something that looked like curdled ink. Something is touching the hull, Kalen gasped, her hands hovering over her controls. The sensors are reporting zero pressure, but the hull stress monitors are redlining. It's like we're being tasted. Thorne stood up, his hand going to the sidearm at his hip, a useless gesture against a galactic predator, but a human one. Jenkins, talk to me, what is it? It's not a biological entity, Jenkins whispered, her eyes rolling back in her head as she tapped into the raw sensor feed. It's a vacuum state fluctuation, a sentient void. It doesn't eat matter, it eats entropy, it eats the process of energy being used. The stars are its main course because they're the biggest engines of entropy in the universe. And we just made a lot of noise. A sound began to fill the bridge. It wasn't coming from the speakers, it was coming from the air itself. A low, grinding moan like tectonic plates rubbing together. Who is quiet? The words weren't spoken. They were felt as a series of micro-concussions in the brain. Thorne gritted his teeth, his vision blurring. Kalen, activate the null drive now. Sir, the null drive is experimental. If we fire it this close to a star, we could collapse the local space-time. Fire it, Thorn roared. If it can taste us, it can eat us. We need to go where there's no light for it to follow. The null drive was the final secret of the Ethelgard project. It didn't move the ship through space. It moved the ship into a state of absolute zero-point energy, a true vacuum where no light, no heat, and no information could exist. It was a temporary death for the ship and everyone inside it. Kaylin slammed her hand onto the override. The world vanished. There was no sound, no light, no thought. For a timeless moment, the Atropos and its fleet ceased to be part of the universe. They were a hole in the fabric of existence, a bubble of nothingness drifting through the dark. In that state of non-being, Thorn felt a presence pass over them. It was a cold, vast, and ancient curiosity. The hunter was searching the spot where the Atropos had been, its fingers of dark energy sifting through the vacuum. It found the cooling remains of Proxima Centauri. It found the dying embers of the other stars. But it didn't find the humans. To the hunter, the null drive made the fleet look like the very void it inhabited. Seconds or eons later, the null drive hit its limit and purged. The Atropos snapped back into reality. The bridge lights surged to blinding brightness before stabilizing. The crew collapsed to the floor, gasping for air that suddenly felt heavy and rich. Thorn pushed himself up, his lungs burning. Status, he wheezed. Kaylin was slumped over her console, blood leaking from her nose. We're 3 light weeks out from the Centauri system. The drive held, we're in the deep dark. The hunter. Jenkins was weeping silently, her hands over her ears. It's eating, Admiral. It found Alpha and Beta Centauri. It's not even a fight, it's just drinking them. The stars are screaming, but there's no one left to hear them. Thorn looked at the view screen. In the distance, where the bright jewels of the Centauri system should have been, there was only a growing blot of shadow. The stars weren't going supernova, they were simply being extinguished, their matter and energy being sucked into a gullet that had no end. The talk of the galaxy had become a series of frantic, dying gasps as the other stars in the quadrant realized what was happening. They were all calling out, their light flickering in a desperate, futile attempt to ward off the dark. "They're ringing the dinner bell," Thorn said, his voice hollow. "Every star that tries to warn its neighbors is just inviting the hunter to its own doorstep." He looked at the tactical map. The null fleet was safe for now, hidden in the vast, empty reaches between systems, but the mission wasn't over. "We have the silence swarms," Thorn said, his voice regaining its industrial edge. "The hunter is distracted by the Centauri system. We move to Sirius, then Vega, then Arcturus." "Admiral," Kaylin said, looking at him with a mixture of awe and horror, "you're really going to do it. you're going to turn off the galaxy." "The stars wanted a funeral oration," Thorn said, looking at the blackness on the screen. "We're going to give them the best one possible. We're going to give them the gift of silence before the hunter gives them the gift of death." He sat back in his chair, the weight of 1 billion years of evolution pressing down on his shoulders. He was the man who would kill the sky to save the earth. He was the architect of the Great Dark. "Set a course for Sirius," Thorn ordered, "and tell the crew to get some sleep. It's going to be a long night." As the Atropos turned and accelerated into the abyss, the galaxy around it began to change. One by one, the lights were going out, not because they were dying, but because they were being hidden. The alien ark had fled the talking stars, terrified of the noise they made. But humanity had found a different way. They weren't just fleeing the noise, they were becoming the silence. And in the deep, cold heart of the Uit cloud, the caged sun continued to throb, a hidden, stolen fire that would burn long after the rest of the universe had gone dark. The last spark in a dead house, kept alive by the very vermin the stars had tried to crush. Thorn closed his eyes. For the first time in years, he couldn't hear the stars, and for the first time in his life, he wasn't afraid. The silence was beautiful. The silence on the bridge of the Atropos was not the peaceful quiet of a sleeping house. It was the pressurized, ringing stillness of a tomb. For several minutes, no one spoke. They watched the tactical display as the 3-star system of Alpha Centauri, the closest neighbors to humanity's cradle, the trio that had watched over the evolution of the primate and the launch of the first satellite, simply ceased to be. There was no supernova, no spectacular shedding of outer layers into a nebula. There was only a localized collapse of causality, a smearing of light into a singular, hungry throat. "The gravitational waves are, they're incoherent," Kaelin whispered, her voice cracking the stillness. Her hands were shaking as she recalibrated the sensors. "It's not a black hole. A black hole has mass. This thing, the hunter, it's a subtraction. It's taking the energy density of the stars and bringing the local spacetime back to a zero state. It's unmaking the math." Thorn didn't look away from the screen. He felt a strange, detached grief. He had just ordered the lobotomization of Proxima Centauri, but the hunter was performing an autopsy on the remains. How long until it finishes? "At the current rate of consumption, the alpha pair will be gone in 6 hours," Jenkins said. She had cleaned the blood from her face, but her eyes remained fixed in a 1,000-yard stare, tuned to frequencies the rest of the crew could only imagine. "But the hunter isn't a slow eater. It's already looking for the next course. I can feel its focus shifting. It's like a searchlight made of cold iron. It's scanning the neighboring parsecs. It's looking for the echo of the struggle we just caused." "Then we need to be ghosts," Thorn said. "Kaelin, status of the silence swarms we deployed." "They've reached the outer gravity well of Sirius A. They're in the stealth drift phase. If the Sirius intelligence detects them, it hasn't reacted yet. It's too busy screaming at the Procyon system about what just happened at Centauri. The Sirius star is old and arrogant, Jenkins muttered, her fingers twitching against her thighs. It thinks its brilliance is a shield. It's broadcasting a call to arms across the local bubble. It's trying to organize a collective flare, a synchronized burst from 20 systems to blind the hunter. Thorne stood up and walked to the panoramic viewport. The shroud of the Ethelgard was a faint, shimmering veil behind them, the only thing protecting the solar system from the cosmic predator currently devouring their neighbors. If Sirius succeeds in that broadcast, it won't blind the hunter. It will be like lighting a signal fire in a dark forest. The hunter will follow the light back to every single one of those stars. We have to stop that broadcast, Kalen said. If we don't hood Sirius within the next 48 hours, the call to arms will reach the Pleiades. The noise will become a roar. The hunter won't just stay in this sector, it'll call more of its kind. The Ark records mentioned the brood. If one hunter is a disaster, a brood is an extinction event for the galaxy. Increase to 0.4 C, Thorne commanded. Admiral, at 40% of light speed, the relativistic shielding will be screaming, the navigator protested. The blue shift alone will make us visible to every photonic sensor in the quadrant. Not if we stay in the wake of the hunter's own distortion, Thorne countered. The hunter is creating a massive gravitational shadow behind it as it feeds. It's a literal blind spot in the universe. We're going to surf the edge of the hunter's meal. We'll use its own appetite as our camouflage. The Atropos groaned as the engines flared. It was a maneuver that defied every safety protocol in the manual. They were essentially tailgating a god of destruction. As the ship accelerated, the view out the port side became a nightmare. The Centauri system was a swirling vortex of bruised purples and impossible blacks. Great streamers of golden plasma were being pulled upward, defying the star's own gravity, flowing into a central point of nothingness. Inside that nothingness, something shifted. It knows we're in its shadow, Jenkins gasped, clutching the arms of her chair. It doesn't care. To the hunter, we're the parasites on the shark, we're the pilot fish. It thinks we're helping it find the loud ones. In a way, we are, Thorne said grimly. We're silencing the stars so it can't find us. If it eats the stars we've already hooded, it gets nothing. We're turning its food into ash before it can bite. The journey to Sirius, which should have taken decades, was shortened by the ship's terrifying velocity and the strange warping of space caused by the hunter's presence. The crew lived in a state of perpetual high alert. Time became elastic. Minutes felt like hours under the crushing weight of the relativistic shifts. On the third day of the transit, the Atropos pulled ahead of the hunter's primary distortion field. They were approaching the Sirius system from the dark side, coming in perpendicular to the orbital plane. Sirius A was a magnificent, terrifying beast of a star 25 times more luminous than Sol. Its smaller companion, the white dwarf Sirius B, or the pup, orbited it like a loyal, dying dog. The swarms are in position, Kalin reported. Deployment in T-10 minutes, but Admiral Sirius is fighting back. Explain. The star, it's pulsing. It's using its own radiation pressure to push the swarms away. It's like it knows what they are. It's blowing a solar wind so fierce it's melting the carbon weavers before they can anchor. It's not just a star, Jenkins whispered, her eyes wide. It's an ancient. It's seen the silence before. It remembers the Ethelgard. It's not just screaming, it's defending. Thorn looked at the sensor readout. The swarms were being buffeted, millions of the tiny nanites vaporizing in the intense ultraviolet glare of the star. The hooding process was failing. If they couldn't get the graphene web to take hold, Sirius would remain a beacon and the hunter would be upon them in hours. We need a kinetic distraction, Thorn said. Launch the remaining needles. Not at the star's core, aim for the poles. We need to disrupt the stellar wind long enough for the swarms to latch onto the magnetic lines. Sir, we only have 4 needles left. If we use them here, we won't have enough for the rest of the mission. If we don't use them here, there is no rest of the mission, Thorn snapped. Fire all 4, staggered pattern. I want a temporary magnetic collapse. The needles launched, 4 silver slivers of concentrated mass propelled by singularity drives. They crossed the distance in a heartbeat. The impact on Sirius A was catastrophic. The star didn't go dark, but its magnetic field, the very thing it used to direct its solar wind, shattered. For a few crucial seconds, the star's outward pressure faltered. Its corona buckled inward. Now Thorn shouted. The swarms didn't hesitate. Billions of graphene weavers dived into the gaps in the magnetic field. They anchored themselves to the star's photosphere, using the heat of the star itself to power their replication. On the view screen, a terrifying transformation began. A black net, finer than a spider's silk but stronger than steel, began to creep across the face of the brilliant white star. It looked like a spreading rot. Where the light hit the graphene, it wasn't reflected, it was absorbed and converted into structural integrity. The more the star fought, the stronger the web became. Sirius B is attempting to assist, Kalin noted. The white dwarf is trying to pull the web off its primary with gravitational tides. Ignore the pup, Thorn said. Focus on the big one. Once the primary is hooded, the dwarf won't have the luminosity to attract the hunter. The process took hours. The crew watched as the brightest star in the night sky was slowly, methodically erased. It was like watching a candle being smothered by a heavy blanket. The frantic talk coming from Sirius A, a mixture of high-frequency pulses and gravitational moans, grew muffled, then distorted, then finally it stopped. The system went dark. To the rest of the galaxy, it would look as if Sirius had simply vanished from the heavens. Sirius is hooded, Kaelin said, her voice a mix of triumph and horror. Thermal output reduced by 99.8%. It's a ghost. Admiral Jenkins gasped, her hand flying to her throat. The hunter, it's confused. On the long-range sensors, the massive shadow that had been devouring Centauri shifted. It moved toward where Sirius should have been, its scent of entropy suddenly cut off. It circled the area like a shark in bloody water that had suddenly turned cold. It's looking for the light, Jenkins whispered. It's frustrated, it's lashing out. A massive ripple of dark energy erupted from the hunter's position. It wasn't light, it was a wave of non-existence that tore through the Uit cloud of the Sirius system. Millions of comets were simply blinked out of being. It's heading for the next loudest source, Kaelin said, her fingers flying over the console. It's turning toward Vega. But Admiral, something is wrong. Look at the shroud. Thorn turned to the rear display. The Ethelgard shroud, the veil protecting Sol, was shimmering. It wasn't the steady, rhythmic pulse of a healthy system, it was vibrating. The talk from the other stars, Jenkins said, her voice trembling. They aren't just screaming anymore. They're accusing. They've realized what we're doing. They've realized that humanity is the one putting out the lights. They're all turning their broadcasts toward Sol. They're telling the hunter where the Unmaker lives. They're snitching, Thorn growled. It's worse than that, Jenkins said. They're combining their signals. 1,000 stars, all focusing their light into a single, tight beam transmission directed straight at our sun. They're going to burn through our shroud by sheer collective force of will. Thorn felt a cold sweat break out on his neck. He had underestimated the vengeful nature of the Celestial. They weren't just animals, they were a community, and he had just started murdering their neighbors. How long until that beam hits the shroud? At light speed, the first waves from the closest systems will hit in 6 months. The collective peak will hit in 2 years. Our shroud can't handle that kind of focused photonic pressure. It'll melt, and then Sol will be the brightest thing in the sky. Thorn looked at his hands. They were steady, but he felt an immense weariness. The gamble was escalating. He wasn't just fighting a predator, he was fighting the galaxy itself. We can't hood 1,000 stars, Kaelin said, her voice bordering on panic. We don't have the swarms, we don't have the time. Then we don't hood the stars, Thorn said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous rumble. We hood the hunter. The bridge went silent. Even Jenkins looked at him as if he had finally lost his mind. Admiral, the hunter is a vacuum-state phenomenon the size of a solar system, Kaelin said slowly. You can't hood it. There's nothing to anchor to. It eats entropy, Thorn said, the plan forming in the dark recesses of his mind. It follows the light. What if we give it a light it can't resist? A light that leads it into a trap. What kind of trap? Thorn pointed to the center of the tactical map, far beyond the local bubble, toward the heart of the Milky Way. The galactic center, Sagittarius A, the supermassive black hole. That's 26,000 light-years away, Kalen argued. We can't lead it that far. The shroud will fail long before we get there. We don't need to lead it all the way, Thorn said. We just need to lead it to the great attractor, the gravitic corridors that lead to the center. If we can get it into one of those high-velocity streams, its own appetite will do the rest. It will follow the densest concentration of stars in the galaxy right into the maw of the core. You're talking about sacrificing the entire galactic center, Jenkins whispered. Millions of stars, ancient civilizations, everything. I'm talking about saving the species that didn't try to kill us the moment we woke up, Thorn countered. The stars started this war when they tried to drown us in the dark. I'm just finishing it. He turned to the navigator. Set a course for the Barnard's star jump point. We're going to use the null drive to leapfrog the hunter. We're going to set a breadcrumb trail of needles and swarms. We're going to make a path of artificial stars, decoy flares that will lead the hunter away from Sol and toward the core. Admiral, Kalen said, her voice soft. If we do this, we'll be the greatest monsters in history, more than the hunter. We'll be the ones who guided the wolf to the fold. Thorn looked at the screen where the black void of the hooded Sirius sat like a hole in the universe. History is for the survivors, Kalen. The dead don't get to write books. And right now, the stars are trying to make sure humanity doesn't even get a footnote. The Atropos turned, its hull glowing with the heat of its defiance. It dived back into the deep dark, a tiny, murderous spark in a galaxy that was beginning to realize it was no longer the predator. As they moved, Jenkins sat back, her eyes closed. She could hear the stars now, a chorus of billions singing a song of terror, but beneath it she heard something else. A new sound, a low, rhythmic thrumming coming from the direction of Earth. It was the heartbeat of the caged sun in the Uit cloud. It was growing stronger. It was no longer just a battery, it was a clock. And it was counting down to the moment when humanity would no longer need to hide in the shadows. Admiral, she said, her voice devoid of emotion. The stars are no longer talking to each other. No, Thorn asked. No, she replied, they're praying. Thorn didn't smile, he just watched the darkness. Good, let's give them something to pray to. The Atropos vanished into a fold of non-space, leaving behind a trail of silent, hooded ghosts and a predator that was just beginning to realize that the small, quiet things in the dark were the most dangerous of all. The transition into the null drive was not a jump so much as a violent peeling of the ship's skin from the fabric of the conventional universe. Thorn felt his teeth ache with the frequency of the shift, a high-pitched harmonic that bypassed the ears and vibrated directly into the jawbone. Outside the viewports, the stars didn't smear into lines, they curdled. The vibrant golds and icy blues of the local cluster became a bruised, stagnant gray, like cataracts forming over the eyes of God. Null state achieved, Kaelin reported, her voice sounding thin and metallic as if she were speaking from the bottom of a deep well. We are currently disconnected from the causal stream. The hunter cannot see us, but we cannot see it either. We are navigating by ghost math and the Ark's ancient charts. How long until we reach the first drop point? Thorn asked. He felt heavy, his limbs weighted by the artificial gravity struggling to compensate for the lack of a surrounding Higgs field. 4 hours in ship time, the navigator replied. We'll emerge on the outskirts of the Ross 128 system. It's a red dwarf, dim and quiet. It hasn't joined the chorus of accusation yet. It's too small, too isolated. It's perfect, Thorn said. It's a stepping stone. Jenkins, how is the collective? Jenkins was slumped in her chair, her eyes rolled back so far that only the veined whites were visible. Her hands were dancing across a tactile interface that translated the gravitic screams of the galaxy into something a human mind could process without shattering. They're building the Pyre, Admiral. The Sirius system was the spark, but the fire is spreading. The Centauri collapse sent a shockwave through the subspace filaments. The stars aren't just communicating with light anymore. They're using deep pulse, low-frequency gravitational waves that travel at the speed of thought. They're telling every system within 50 light-years that the vermin of Sol have found a way to snuff the great lights. Let them talk, Thorn muttered. The louder they get, the easier they are for the hunter to track. We just need to make sure the hunter finds our breadcrumbs before it finds the source of the noise. The 4 hours passed in a feverish blur of preparations. The engineering crews were working in the belly of the Atropos, refitment teams stripping the remaining needle casings and packing them with lure cores, unstable antimatter cells wrapped in layers of hyperreflective foil. These weren't weapons meant to kill. They were flares designed to mimic the spectroscopic signature of a dying G-type star. They were the ultimate bait. When the Atropos punched back into real space near Ross 128, the transition was like a physical blow. The red dwarf hung before them, a sullen, glowing ember in the dark. It was a lonely star devoid of planets, surrounded only by a sparse ring of frozen dust. Deploy the first lure, Thorn commanded. The ship's dorsal hangar opened and a single modified needle drifted out into the void. It didn't accelerate toward the star. Instead, it positioned itself in the Lagrange point between the star and the galactic center. Activating the distortion flare in 3, 2, 1. The needle didn't explode. It began to vibrate. It began to bleed light, not the natural, messy light of a star, but a focused, rhythmic pulse that mimicked the heartbeat of a sun in its final death throes. To the sensors of the hunter, it would look like a feast. To the neighboring stars, it would look like a new, terrifying signal. The lure is active, Kaelin said. It's broadcasting a distress signal on the same frequency Sirius used before we hooded it. We're creating a trail of dying stars that leads directly into the gravitational slipstream of the Great Attractor. Move to the next point, Thorne said. We have 12 more lures to set before the hunter finishes with the Centauri remains. As the Atropos dove back into the null state, Thorne felt a strange sensation, a prickling on the back of his neck that had nothing to do with the drive. He looked at Jenkins. She was staring at him, her eyes clear now but filled with a terrifying lucidity. The hunter isn't just a predator, Admiral, she whispered. I can feel its mind now. It's not a single entity. It's a consensus. It's the universe's immune system. It thinks we are a cancer. It thinks the stars are the healthy cells and we are the mutation that has learned to kill the host. If we're the mutation, then we're the only part of the universe that's actually awake, Thorne replied. The stars are just fusion engines with egos. They don't care about life. They only care about their own brilliance. Maybe, Jenkins said, her voice trembling, but the hunter, it's starting to learn. It's not just following the light anymore, it's following the silence. It's noticed the holes we're leaving behind. It's starting to realize that where the stars go out, the vermin are hiding. Then we'll give it so many holes it won't know which one to jump into, Thorne said, though a seed of doubt began to take root in his chest. The mission proceeded with mechanical precision. At Lytton's star, they dropped the second lure. At Procyon, they dropped the third. Each time they emerged from the null state, the chorus of accusation grew louder, a cacophony of stellar rage that seemed to vibrate the very hull of the ship. The stars were no longer just broadcasting, they were flaring. Massive coronal mass ejections were being hurled into the void, a desperate attempt to illuminate the stealth vermin that were prowling the dark. By the time they reached the seventh drop point, the Atropos was showing signs of strain. The relativistic shielding was thinning, the hull pitted by micrometeors and the constant bombardment of high-energy particles from the angry suns. Admiral, we have a problem, Kaelin said, her hands dancing over the tactical display. The hunter, it stopped moving toward Sirius. It's ignored the first two lures. Thorne felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. Where is it? It's holding position at the edge of the Centauri void. It's scanning, it's projecting a field of dark energy that's acting like a radar. It's not looking for light anymore, it's looking for the null drive signature, it's looking for us. It's adapted, Jenkins gasped, clutching her head. It's realized the bait is fake. It's felt the texture of our engines. It's coming for the ship, Admiral. It doesn't want the stars anymore. It wants the Unmaker. How far? Thorne snapped. It's already entered the Ross 128 system. It just bypassed our first lure like it wasn't even there. It'll be on our current coordinates in less than an hour. Thorne looked at the remaining lures in the hangar. The plan was failing. The hunter was smarter than the Ark's records had suggested. It wasn't just a hungry beast, it was a hunter in the truest sense of the word. It had recognized the trap and was now turning the tables. Kalen, what's the nearest major gravitational source? Aside from the stars, there's a rogue planetoid, a dark wanderer about 2 light towers from here. It's a gas giant that was kicked out of its system eons ago. No light, no heat, just mass. Set a course, Thorn commanded. We're going to give the hunter something it can't ignore. We're going to turn that planetoid into a bomb. Sir, we don't have the ordnance to blow up a gas giant, the navigator protested. We don't need to blow it up, Thorn said, a grim smile touching his lips. We just need to ignite it. We have the remaining swarms. We have the lure cores. We're going to turn that dark wanderer into a temporary artificial sun, a flash star. It'll be the brightest thing in the quadrant for exactly 10 minutes, long enough to blind the hunter's sensors and give us a window to jump. And then we go to the one place the hunter won't expect us to go, Thorn said. We go back to the shroud. We go home. The Atropos raced toward the rogue planetoid, a massive, frozen sphere of hydrogen and helium drifting in the eternal night. As they approached, the ship's sensors picked up the hunter's wake, a ripple in the fabric of space that felt like a cold wind blowing through the bridge. The predator was close. Deploying the swarms, Kalen shouted. We're weaving the graphene web around the planetoid's atmosphere, injecting the antimatter cores now. The gas giant began to glow. It wasn't the steady burn of a star, but a flickering, unstable radiance like a neon sign failing in the rain. The graphene web acted as a containment field, compressing the planetoid's outer layers, forcing the hydrogen into a state of premature fusion. The hunter is here, Jenkins whispered, her voice a mere breath of air. On the tactical display, a massive, shifting shadow emerged from the void. It was beautiful and horrific, a swirling vortex of non-matter that seemed to drink the very light of the stars around it. It moved with a terrifying, liquid grace, circling the igniting planetoid like a shark circling a wounded whale. Now, Thorn yelled. The planetoid detonated, not in a traditional explosion, but in a titanic burst of pure, unadulterated light. For a few seconds, the Dark Wanderer became the brightest object in the galaxy, a miniature supernova that seared the sensors of the Atropos and sent a shockwave of radiation through the hunter's form. The hunter recoiled. The dark energy field it had been using to track the ship shattered under the pressure of the photonic blast. For a moment, the predator was blind, its eyes overwhelmed by the sudden, impossible brilliance. Jump, Thorn commanded. The Atropos tore into the null state, the ship groaning under the stress of the emergency maneuver. As they slipped into the gray void, Thorn looked back one last time. He saw the hunter thrashing in the light of the dying planetoid, a god of the dark struggling against a man-made sun. The journey back to the Uit cloud was a silent one. The crew was exhausted, their nerves frayed to the breaking point. They had survived, but the cost was etched into their faces. They were no longer just soldiers or scientists, they were the architects of a cosmic genocide, the ones who had turned the stars into enemies and the dark into a battlefield. When they finally emerged near the shroud, the sight that greeted them was one of terrifying beauty. The Ethelgard shroud was no longer a faint veil. It was a shimmering, iridescent sphere glowing with the reflected light of 1,000 angry stars. The chorus of accusation had reached a fever pitch. The stars were screaming at Saul, their combined light a physical pressure that was beginning to warp the edges of the shroud. The shroud is holding, but only just, Kaelin reported, her voice weary. The thermal load is off the charts. We have months, maybe weeks, before the barrier fails and the hunter finds us. Thorn stood at the viewport, looking out at the shimmering wall of light. Behind them, the galaxy was a graveyard of hooded stars and silent voids. Ahead of them, the last bastion of humanity waited in its stolen heat. Admiral Jenkins said, stepping up beside him. She looked older, her hair streaked with gray that hadn't been there when they launched. The stars, they've stopped screaming. Thorn looked at her surprised. What, why? They're not screaming anymore, she whispered, a look of profound sorrow in her eyes. They're mourning. They've realized that we aren't just killing them. We're making them irrelevant. We've found a way to live without them. And that is the one thing a star cannot forgive. Let them mourn, Thorn said, his voice hard. They had their eons. Now it's our turn to have the dark. He turned away from the viewport and looked at his crew. They were the last of their kind, the survivors of a war that had spanned the heavens. They were the ones who had fled the talking stars and found a home in the silence. Prepare the ship for docking, Thorn commanded. We have a sun to tend to, and a silence to protect. As the Atropos dived toward the hidden fire in the heart of the Uit cloud, the stars above them continued to shine, their light a beautiful, useless lie. The universe was dying, but in the deep, cold heart of the Ark, the stolen spark continued to throb, a defiant human flame in a house that had finally gone dark. The silence was no longer a tomb, it was a cradle. And for the first time in the history of the species, the vermin were no longer afraid of the light. They had become the masters of the shadow, the keepers of the last fire, the ones who had finally, mercifully, silenced the stars. The docking maneuver into the Ethelgard was not the triumphant return of a savior, but the limping retreat of a scavenger. The Atropos looked like a scorched bone, its hull blackened by the radiation of the flash star and pitted by the microscopic debris of the null state. As the magnetic clamps engaged with a bone-jarring thud, Thorn felt the artificial gravity of the Ark take hold, pulling at his weary joints. The air in the docking bay tasted of recycled ozone and the peculiar metallic tang of ancient machinery working at its absolute limit. Kaelin was the first to unbuckle, her movements stiff and mechanical. She didn't look at Thorn. None of them did. They carried the weight of the stars they had snuffed out like lead in their pockets. "Admiral," a voice crackled over the internal comms. It was High Architect Vane, the man responsible for the maintenance of the caged sun. "Report to the solar sanctum immediately. The heartbeat? It's changing." Thorn didn't wait for his bridge crew. He moved through the arterial corridors of the Ark, passing civilian sectors where thousands of frozen colonists slept in their nutrient baths, blissfully unaware that their commander had just turned the galaxy into a shooting gallery. He reached the sanctum, a cathedral-like space at the very core of the world ship, where the stolen star of the Uit hovered within a lattice of containment beams. The star was no longer the steady, golden orb they had harvested. It had turned a violent, bruised purple. It pulsed with a rhythmic thrum that Thorn could feel in his marrow, a heartbeat that was accelerating. Vane stood at the primary console, his face illuminated by the eerie violet light. "It's reacting, Admiral. We thought the shroud was a one-way mirror, but this star, it's tethered to the others. Quantum entanglement on a stellar scale. It knows what you did to Sirius. It knows about the lures." "It's a ball of gas, Vane. It doesn't know anything," Thorn growled, though his hand instinctively went to the sidearm at his hip. "It's not just gas anymore. We've fed it too much of the Ark's processing power to maintain the containment. The ship's AI and the star's magnetic field have fused. It's become a biological computational hybrid. It's mourning its kin." Thorn stepped up to the transparent aluminum shield, staring into the violet fire. "We did what we had to do to keep the hunter away. If this star wants to throw a tantrum, remind it who holds the leash." "That's the problem," Vane said, his voice trembling. "The leash is melting. The hunter didn't just follow your wake, Admiral. It's using the grief of this star as a beacon. The shroud is being bypassed from the inside out." A klaxon began to wail, a low, mournful sound that echoed the star's own pulse. On the overhead displays, the external sensors of the Ethilgard showed the Uit cloud beginning to boil. The frozen comets and icy shards that made up their graveyard fortress were being vaporized. "The hunter is here," Jenkins said, appearing in the doorway. She looked hollowed out, her skin translucent. It didn't fall for the flash star for long. It realized the light was a lie because it could still hear the crying from our core. "It's not looking for us anymore, Admiral. It's looking for its lost brother." "Battle stations," Thorn commanded, his voice echoing through the sanctum. "Vane, divert all power from the life support of the empty sectors to the shroud. Reinforce the northern pole. Jenkins, get back to the sensor array. I need to know exactly how much time we have before that thing bites into the hull." "Time isn't the currency anymore," Jenkins whispered. "The hunter isn't going to bite, it's going to sing." Outside the Ark, the void began to warp. The hunter didn't manifest as a ship or a beast this time. It arrived as a distortion of geometry. Space itself folded like wet paper, creating a localized gravity well that began to drag the Ethelgard out of its hidden pocket. The shroud, the great invisible cloak of humanity, began to fray, shedding brilliant sparks of exotic matter that illuminated the hunter's true form. It was a lattice of dark filaments, miles long, weaving through the vacuum like the nervous system of a god. As it touched the edges of the ark's sensor range, the violet star in the sanctum let out a flare so intense it cracked the viewing port. "It's communicating," Vane yelled over the roar of the containment field. "The hunter is offering a trade. It wants the star back. It wants to take the fire and leave us in the dark. If we give up the star, we freeze in an hour," Thorn said. "And the hunter doesn't make trades. It cleanses. If it takes the star, it'll take us with it just to ensure the infection doesn't spread." "Admiral, look," Kaelin's voice came over the comms from the bridge. "The other stars, they're moving." Thorn looked at the long-range tactical map. The chorus of accusation had changed. The stars in the local cluster, Alpha Centauri's remains, Barnard's star, Wolf 359, were no longer just flaring. They were shifting their spectral output, focusing their light like colossal lenses. They were aiming at the Uit cloud. They weren't trying to help the hunter. They were trying to incinerate the Ark before the hunter could reclaim the stolen star. The stars were terrified of what the Ethelgard had created, a sentient sun that knew the secrets of the dark. "They're going to cross the beams," Thorn realized, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "The stars want to burn the haystack to kill the needle." "Vane, how much power can we dump into the null drive?" "The null drive is for the Atropos, Admiral. The Ark is too big, we'd tear the ship in half." "Not if we use the star as the anchor," Thorn said, the plan forming in his mind with the frantic logic of a drowning man. "If we collapse the containment field and let the star's gravity pull us into the null state, we won't be jumping. We'll be falling. We'll fall out of the universe entirely." "That's suicide," Vane breathed. "There's no map for the deep null. We'll be ghosts in a basement with no door." "Better to be a ghost than a cinder," Thorn countered. "Jenkins, can you talk to it? Can you tell the star to let go?" Jenkins walked toward the violet fire, her hands outstretched. The heat should have peeled the skin from her bones, but the star seemed to reach out to her, its tendrils of plasma licking against the containment glass. She closed her eyes, and for a moment the screaming of the klaxons and the roar of the engines faded. "It's not afraid to die," Jenkins said, her voice echoing with a dual tone that wasn't human. "It's afraid of being alone. It spent 5 billion years in a choir and now it's in a box. It wants to know if there are other boxes in the dark." Tell it we are the box," Thorn said, his voice uncharacteristically soft. "Tell it that as long as we live, it has a purpose. We are the only things in this galaxy that will remember its name when the others have burned out." The star pulsed once, a deep, resonant throb that shook the entire arc. The violet hue shifted to a brilliant, blinding white, the color of a sun in its prime. The heartbeat stabilized. "It's ready," Jenkins said, her eyes opening. They were glowing with the same white fire. "It's going to pull us under." "All hands brace for total reality collapse," Thorne shouted into the comms. Outside, the hunter's filaments tightened around the arc, its dark gravity beginning to crush the outer hull. At the same moment, the focused light of the neighboring stars hit the shroud, a trillion-degree hammer blow that turned the Uit ice into a cloud of plasma. In the center of the storm, the Ethelgard didn't explode. The star at its heart suddenly contracted to the size of a marble, creating a localized singularity that didn't consume matter but consumed dimension. The arc didn't move forward or backward, it simply ceased to be where. The hunter's filaments snapped as they hit the vacuum where the ship had been. The concentrated beams of the angry stars passed through the empty space, striking each other in a useless display of celestial rage. The Ethelgard was gone. Inside the ship, the transition was a nightmare of non-existence. Thorne felt himself stretch across light years, his thoughts scattering like dust. He saw the history of Earth not as a sequence of events but as a single static image of a blue marble being swallowed by a shadow. He saw the first man look at the stars and wonder if they were gods, and he felt the bitter irony of knowing those gods were merely jealous neighbors. Then silence. The gravity returned with a sickening lurch. Thorne collapsed to the floor of the sanctum, gasping for air that felt too thin. The violet light was gone. The star in the center of the room was now a soft, steady amber, glowing with the warmth of a hearth fire. Vane was slumped over his console, bleeding from the ears, but he was breathing. Jenkins remained standing, though she looked like a statue carved from salt. "Status," Thorne wheezed, clutching his chest. We're somewhere," Kaelin's voice came through, sounding small and frightened. "The sensors are showing nothing, Admiral. There are no stars, there's no hunter, there's no cosmic background radiation, it's just the dark." Thorne pulled himself up and looked at the primary view screen. It wasn't the dark of the Uit cloud or the gray of the null state. It was a perfect, absolute void. The Ethelgard was floating in a basement of the universe, a place where light had never been invited. "We fell through the bottom," Vane whispered, staring at his readings. "We're in the underspace, the place between the membranes of reality. The stars can't see us here. The hunter can't reach us. And we can't get back," Thorne realized. "Do we want to?" Jenkins asked, turning to him. Her eyes were still bright, but the fire was fading. "The stars were talking about our extinction, Admiral. Out there, we were a virus. Here we are the only thing that exists." Thorne walked to the viewing port. The amber star at the heart of the ship cast a long, flickering shadow of the Ethelgard into the infinite nothingness. They were an island of life in a sea of non-existence. The alien ark was no longer fleeing, it had arrived at the end of all things. "We have the star," Thorn said, looking at the soft amber glow. "We have the seeds, we have the people. But we have no world," Kalen reminded him. Thorn looked out into the absolute black. "Then we'll build one. We have the Unmaker tech on the Atropos. We have the matter from the Uit cloud we dragged with us in the wake. We don't need a galaxy that hates us." He turned to the crew, his face hard with a new, terrifying resolve. "The stars told us we didn't belong in their sky. Fine, we'll build a new sky, one where the stars don't talk back, one where the only light is the one we allow to burn." As the ark began to stabilize in the void, the survivors of Sol started to wake. They came out of their pods into a world of shadows lit by a stolen sun. They were the monsters of the old universe, the vermin that had escaped the light. But as Thorn watched the first of the colonists emerge, he didn't see monsters. He saw the beginning of something else, a species that had outgrown its gods. The Atropos sat in its cradle, its murderous mission over. It was no longer a weapon of war, but a tool of creation. They would strip its hull, melt down its needles, and use its null drive to forge the foundations of a new Earth in the dark. Deep in the heart of the ship, the amber star pulsed, a slow, contented rhythm. It was no longer morning, it was waiting. "Admiral," Vane said, looking up from a new set of calculations, "if we do this, if we build a world here, what do we call it?" Thorn looked at the infinite black, the perfect canvas for a new history. "We call it the footnote," Thorn said, "the one the stars tried to erase. Let's make it a very long chapter." Outside, in the universe they had left behind, the stars continued to flare and scream, searching for the ghost ship that had stolen their fire. They would search for eons, their light reaching out into the empty places, finding nothing but their own cold reflections. The war was over not because of a victory, but because the prey had simply stepped out of the cage. In the deep dark, the first hammer fell against the first beam of the new world. The sound didn't travel far, for there was nothing to hear it. But for the people of the Ark, it was the most beautiful music in the cosmos. It was the sound of a silence that finally belonged to them. The transition to the deep null had not just displaced the ship, it had flayed the souls of those awake to witness it. In the hours following the fall, the Ethelgard was a ghost ship inhabited by the shell-shocked. Thorn found himself standing in the center of the solar sanctum, his hands trembling as he gripped the railing. The amber star, their stolen captive, their only friend, hung in its magnetic cradle, spinning with a newfound, lazy grace. It no longer fought the containment. It had accepted the box because the box was the only thing keeping it from dissolving into the infinite nothingness outside. "The internal sensors are coming back online," Vane said, his voice cracking. He was wiping a smear of dark blood from his upper lip. "Hull integrity is at 64%. We lost 3 of the secondary hydroponics bays during the compression. The gravity shear just folded them into 2 dimensions, but the cryodecks are intact. The colonists are still under. Thorn nodded, his mind already categorizing the losses and the atropos. Scorched, the shroud emitters are fused to the hull. She'll never fly a combat sortie again, Kalen reported over the internal link from the docking bay. There was a strange hollow quality to her voice, as if she were speaking from the bottom of a well. But the unmaker cores are stable. We have the raw materials, Admiral. We dragged about 4 trillion tons of Uit ice and silicate rock through the wake hole. It's drifting in a localized cloud around the arc. Thorn looked at the primary view screen. It showed nothing but a digital representation of the debris, a chaotic swarm of frozen boulders and jagged crystals orbiting the Ethelgard in the absolute dark. Without a sun to illuminate them, they were invisible to the naked eye, a graveyard of Earth's outer porch following them into the basement of reality. We can't stay in the ship forever, Thorn said. The life support was never meant to cycle for centuries without external intake. We were supposed to find a new world, not bring the scrap metal of the old one into a void. There are no worlds here, Admiral Jenkins said. She was still standing near the star's containment shield. She hadn't blinked in several minutes. Her eyes, once a sharp, piercing green, were now clouded with a milky, iridescent sheen. There is only what we carry and what we make. Thorn walked over to her, his boots loud on the metal floor. Jenkins, can you still hear them, the stars? She turned her head slowly, her neck clicking with a sound like dry twigs. No, they're gone. It's so quiet, Thorn. It's the first time in my life I haven't heard the universe screaming. It's lonely, but it's clean. Vane, Thorn called out, ignoring the chill that ran down his spine at Jenkins's transformation. You said the Unmaker tech could be repurposed. If we have the matter and we have the energy from the star, can we build something permanent? Not a ship, a shell. Vane looked up, his eyes widening as he grasped the scale of the suggestion. A Dyson shell? Here, we don't have the mass for a full sphere, Admiral, not even close. We'd need a dozen solar systems worth of iron and carbon. Not a sphere, Thorn clarified, stepping toward the holographic display and swiping his hand to clear the tactical data. He began to sketch a shape in the air, a series of interconnected rings, vast and thick, circling the amber star, a habitat, a world ring. We use the Unmakers to break down the Uit debris and reassemble it into a stabilized crust. We use the star's gravity to hold it together and its light to provide a biosphere. We build the inside of the ring facing the sun. The outside will be the shroud. A world in a box, Vane whispered. Total isolation. We wouldn't just be hidden, we'd be a closed system, a pocket universe. Exactly, Thorn said. The hunter is looking for a signal. It's looking for the friction of a civilization rubbing against the fabric of space-time. But if we are here in the null, there is no friction. There is no space-time to rub against. We become a mathematical error, a zero in the equation of the cosmos. The work began not with a shout, but with the low, grinding hum of the unmaker arrays. The Atropos, once a predator of the spaceways, was stripped of its teeth. Its massive forward lances were dismantled and reconfigured into construction nodes. Tiny swarms of nanites, programmed with the blueprints of a world they would never see, were released into the cloud of Uit debris. Thorn watched from the observation deck as the first of the great ice boulders was unmade. It didn't explode. It simply dissolved into a cloud of shimmering gray dust, which was then swept up by magnetic funnels and accelerated into the construction lattice. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, a spine of solid matter began to form around the amber star. It was a skeletal arc of girders and plates, miles wide and thousands of miles long. Weeks turned into months. In the silence of the null, time began to lose its meaning. There were no days, no nights, only the rhythmic pulse of the star and the steady growth of the ring. The psychological toll was heavy. Without the talking stars to hate or fear, the crew began to turn inward. They were the survivors of a galactic purge, and the trauma of their flight manifested in 1,000 different ways. Some became obsessed with the silence, refusing to speak, communicating only through text or gesture. Others, like Kalen, became obsessed with the star, spending hours in the sanctum, watching the plasma loops as if they were reading the entrails of a god. Thorn kept them busy. He was a taskmaster of the void, driving the engineering teams to their limits. He knew that if they stopped, if they had a moment to truly contemplate the fact that they were the only living things in a dead infinity, they would break. The first atmosphere is holding, Vane reported during the 10th month of construction. He looked skeletal, his skin sallow from the recycled air. We've pressurized the first 3 sectors of the ring. The soil synthesizers are working. We've started the first plantings. Moss, lichen, the pioneers. In a year we'll have grass. In 5 we'll have forests. And the colonists, Thorn asked. We've begun the slow thaw. Sector 1 is ready for habitation. We're moving them in batches of 500. They wake up, they see the star, and they think they're still in the Uit. We haven't told them yet, Admiral. We haven't told them that there is no Earth to go back to. They'll find out when they look up and see the other side of the ring instead of a horizon, Thorn said grimly. But by then, they'll have dirt under their fingernails. It's harder to despair when you have to weed a garden. Thorn moved his quarters to the ring as soon as the first habitat was pressurized. It was a strange, disorienting experience. The ground curved upward in the distance, a wall of green and brown that eventually became the ceiling miles above where the amber sun hung forever at high noon. There were no clouds yet, just a misty haze of moisture being cycled through the vents. He took a walk through the first forest, a small stand of genetically accelerated pines that smelled of resin and damp earth. It was a smell he hadn't realized he'd forgotten. It was the smell of home, a ghost of a world that had been burned to a cinder by the jealousy of the stars. He found Jenkins sitting by a small, artificial stream. She was barefoot, her toes buried in the dark, synthetic soil. She looked more at peace than he had ever seen her. "It's quiet here," she said, not looking up as he approached. "But it's a different quiet. It's not the silence of the void, it's the silence of a house before everyone wakes up." Thorn sat down on a rock beside her. "The stars can't find us here, Jenkins. We did it. We're safe." "Are we?" she asked, turning to look at him. Her eyes were still glowing, though the light was softer now, a pale amber that matched the sun above. "We brought the star with us, Thorn, and the star remembers. It's not just gas and fire, it's a record. It's a piece of the old universe, and it's lonely." "It has us," Thorn said. "Is that enough for a god?" she whispered. "Because that's what we've done, isn't it? We've built a temple and put a god in it. And eventually, a god wants to be heard." Thorn looked up at the amber orb. It was beautiful, but it was also a reminder of the crime they had committed. They had stolen a spark from the hearth of the galaxy. They had silenced the choir to save their own voices. "Let it want," Thorn said, his voice hardening. "We are the masters of this silence. We earned it." As the months bled into years, the ring grew. The skeletal frame was covered in layers of rock and soil, armored by the repurposed hull plates of the Atropos. The footnote became a world, a narrow, circular ribbon of life suspended in the dark. The colonists woke, they wept, they worked. They built cities of stone and glass on the inner curve, and they looked up at the sun with a mixture of gratitude and terror. They became a new kind of human. The null-born, the first generation to be raised in the absence of a night sky, grew up seeing the world as a closed loop. To them, the idea of an infinite universe filled with screaming stars was a fairy tale, a horror story told by the elderly to keep them from wandering too close to the edge of the ring. Thorn watched it all from his spire in the center of the first city. He was the father of the dark, the man who had led them into the basement. He was respected, but he was also feared. He was a reminder of the war, a living relic of a time when humanity had been vermin. One day, Vane came to him looking troubled. He was old now, his hair white, his hands gnarled by a lifetime of rebuilding. "Admiral, there's a fluctuation in the star's output," Vane said, pulling up a data slate. "It's not a malfunction in the containment, it's a pattern." Thorn felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. A pattern like the chorus. "No, it's simpler, it's a pulse, a rhythmic beat. It's been increasing in frequency for the last 3 days. It's almost like a countdown." Thorn stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the city of New Sol was bustling. People were moving through the streets, children were playing in the parks, and the air was filled with the sounds of a living world. "Where is Jenkins?" Thorn asked. "Oh, she's in the sanctum. She hasn't left for a week. She says the star is trying to tell us something." Thorn didn't wait for his guards. He took the high-speed lift to the core of the ring, where the Ethel Guard's remains had been integrated into the world's structure. He entered the sanctum and found Jenkins standing on the very edge of the observation platform, her arms spread wide. The amber star was no longer steady. It was flickering, its light turning from amber to a brilliant, violent white, the same color it had been when they first fell into the null. "Jenkins, get back from there," Thorn shouted. She didn't move. "Can you hear it, Thorn? It's not morning anymore, it's calling." "Calling who? There's no one here but us." "That's what we thought," she said, her voice echoing with that terrifying dual tone. "We thought the null was empty. We thought we were the only things in the dark. But the dark has its own stars, Thorn, they just don't use light." The star let out a massive flare, a tongue of white fire that lashed against the containment field. The ring shuddered, the ground beneath Thorn's feet groaning as the artificial gravity fluctuated. On the primary view screen, the external sensors, the ones that had shown nothing but blackness for decades, suddenly began to register signals. They weren't light and they weren't radio. They were gravitational waves, ripples in the fabric of the null. Something was moving in the dark. It wasn't the hunter. The hunter was a creature of the light, a guardian of the stellar choir. This was something else. These were shapes that didn't obey the laws of geometry, shadows that were darker than the void itself. They were drawn to the amber star like moths to a flame. "We aren't a zero in the equation," Jenkins whispered, her eyes glowing with a blinding intensity. "We're a beacon. We brought fire into a place that has been cold since the beginning of time, and the things that live in the cold, they're hungry." Thorn looked at the screen as the first of the shadows touched the edge of the ring's shroud. It was a massive, undulating form, a leviathan of the null that made the hunter look like a toy. It didn't attack, it simply pressed against the barrier, its presence felt as a crushing weight on the minds of everyone in the sanctum. "Vane, redirect power to the shroud," Thorn roared into his comms. "I can't," Vane's voice was panicked. "The star is diverting the power itself, it's opening the door." The amber star, their sun, their heart, was no longer a captive. It was an invitation. It had grown tired of the box. It had grown tired of being the only light. It was calling out to the things of the deep null, offering itself as a feast in exchange for company. Thorn pulled his sidearm, but he didn't know where to aim. The enemy wasn't outside. The enemy was the very thing that kept them alive. "We have to shut it down," Thorn said, his voice trembling. "We have to kill the star." "If you kill the star, the ring freezes," Jenkins said, turning to him. There were tears of light running down her face. "But if you let them in, we become part of them. We won't be human anymore, Thorn. We'll be something new. We'll be the children of the dark." The Leviathan outside pressed harder and the shroud began to crack. Not with a sound of breaking glass, but with a sound of a long-held breath finally being released. Thorn looked at the city outside the sanctum. the thousands of people who were looking up at their son, unaware that it was about to betray them. He looked at Jenkins, who was no longer a woman but a bridge. He had spent his life fleeing the talking stars, only to find that the silence had a voice of its own, and it was much, much louder. "Prepare the Atropos," Thorn commanded, though there was no one left to hear him. "If we're going to be eaten by the dark, we're going to make sure it chokes on us." He didn't fire his weapon. He didn't run. He stood his ground as the first of the shadows leaked through the ceiling of the world, a cold black ink that began to swallow the amber light. The stars had been right to be afraid of the vermin, but they had been wrong about why. It wasn't because humanity would kill the light. It was because humanity was the only thing crazy enough to invite the dark inside. As the sanctum was engulfed, Thorn's last thought was not of Earth or the sun, but of the silence. It was finally, mercifully complete. The ink did not fall like liquid. It drifted like sentient soot, unraveling the geometry of the solar sanctum. Thorn watched as the structural beams of the Ethilgard, the literal bones of their world, began to lose their definition. Where the blackness touched the polished chrome and lead-lined shielding, the matter didn't break. It simply ceased to be relevant. Vane's voice came through the comms one last time, a distorted rasp that sounded like a radio signal passing through an ocean of mercury. "Admiral, the hull, it's not breaching, it's dissolving into probability. The sensors are reading negative mass. We aren't being crushed, we're being unwritten." Thorn gripped the railing, his knuckles white. He looked at Jenkins. She was no longer standing on the platform. She was hovering, her feet inches above the deck, her hair drifting in a wind that didn't exist. Her iridescent eyes were fixed on the amber star, which was now pulsing with a rhythmic, violent violet light. The star wasn't fighting the shadows. It was reaching for them. It was a lonely child finally finding a parent in the dark. "Jenkins, pull back," Thorn roared, his voice sounding small and tinny in the expanding gloom. "There is no back, Thorn," she said, her voice a chorus of 1,000 whispers. "There is only the depth. Can't you feel it? The stars were the scab, we are the blood underneath. We've finally scratched through." A massive shudder rocked the ring. Outside the sanctum windows, the pastoral landscape of New Sol was undergoing a horrific transformation. The sky the opposite side of the ring was being swallowed by a creeping, oily fog. The artificial sun was no longer a steady lamp. It was a flickering strobe, casting long, jerky shadows that seemed to move independently of the objects casting them. People in the streets below were falling to their knees, not in prayer, but because the very concept of down was becoming a suggestion rather than a law. Thorn turned from the window and ran toward the command console. His boots felt heavy, as if the floor were made of magnets and his bones of iron. He slammed his hand onto the emergency override. "Kalen, if you can hear me, vent the Unmaker cores, all of them, flood the ring with raw entropy." "Admiral," Kalen's voice was faint, competing with a sound like grinding glass. That will kill everyone. The atmosphere will turn to ozone and ash. If we don't, we aren't just dead, we're fuel, Thorn screamed. The things outside, they aren't eating our bodies, Kalen, they're eating the is, they're turning us into was. He watched the tactical display. The leviathans of the null, the great shadows, were not physical entities. They were voids in the shape of monsters, vacuum-pressured intelligences that existed in the spaces between atoms. They had been waiting in the basement of reality since the first star ignited, hating the light for its arrogance, for its claim that existence required heat. One of the shadows drifted through the reinforced glass of the observation deck. It didn't break the pane, it moved through the molecular lattice as if the glass were a ghost. It was a shape roughly the size of a frigate, a shifting mass of non-light that hurt the eyes to look at. As it approached, Thorn felt his memories begin to fray. He forgot the name of his first ship. He forgot the smell of rain. He forgot the face of the woman he had loved before the fall. The shadow was a sponge for meaning. Not today, Thorn hissed, his teeth aching. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small silver cylinder, the manual trigger for the Atropos' final Unmaker charge, a fail-safe he had kept secret even from Vane. It was a zero-point collapse device. It wouldn't just explode, it would pinch the local fabric of spacetime into a knot, creating a localized singularity that would swallow the ring and the star within it. It was the ultimate suicide note. Thorn, don't, Jenkins said. She was suddenly standing right in front of him. Her skin was translucent now, showing the glow of the star beneath her ribs. You still think like a creature of the light. You think the end is a wall. It's not, it's a door. I'm an admiral of a dead race, Jenkins, Thorn said, his thumb hovering over the activation stud. My job isn't to open doors, it's to hold the line. There is no line, she cried, and for a moment her old voice, the human voice, broke through. The hunter, the chorus, the stars, they were wrong. They weren't protecting the universe from us. They were protecting themselves from this. They knew that if life ever reached the null, if we ever brought a soul into the deep, we would wake the things that sleep in the zero. We are the bridge, Thorn. We are how the dark finally learns to think. The Leviathan was inches from him now. The air turned freezing, turning his breath into shards of ice that cut his lips. He felt his very identity being tugged toward the black mass, 1,000 tiny hooks pulling at his soul. He saw the history of Earth, the wars, the art, the music, the suffering, as a thin, fragile film of light being sucked into a drain. If we are the bridge, Thorn growled, then I'm blowing the spans. He pressed the button. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the center of the amber star turned a color that had no name. The magnetic cradles snapped. The Unmaker cores in the ring's foundation detonated in a synchronized sequence, not outward but inward. The ring didn't explode, it imploded. The miles of soil, the cities of glass, the forests of synthetic pine, and the 300,000 sleeping colonists were crushed into a point of infinite density in less than a nanosecond. The Ethelgard was reduced to a metallic spark. The amber star was squeezed until its atoms fused into a single screaming particle. The null leviathans shrieked. It wasn't a sound, but a psychic shockwave that rippled through the void, a scream of frustrated hunger. Their feast had been snatched away. The light they had been drawn to had become a needle of such intense gravity that even they, the masters of the vacuum, were repelled. Thorn didn't feel the end. He felt a sensation of being stretched, of being a single thread of light pulled across 1,000,000,000 miles of nothingness. He was the point of the needle. Then the silence returned, but it wasn't the silence of the null. Thorn opened his eyes. He was no longer in the sanctum. He wasn't on the Ethilgard. He was standing on a plain of white sand that stretched forever in every direction. Above him there was no sky, only a vast, swirling vortex of colors that defied the spectrum. It looked like a nebula, but it was moving with the rhythm of a heartbeat. "Admiral," a voice said. He turned. It was Vane. He looked younger, the lines of age and radiation sickness wiped from his face. Beside him stood Kaelin, her eyes clear and sharp, and Jenkins, who was no longer glowing but simply whole. Behind them, thousands of people were waking up on the white sand. The colonists. They were looking around in confusion, touching their limbs, breathing air that tasted of nothing and everything. "Where are we?" Thorn asked, his voice steady. He looked down at his hands. They were solid, but they seemed to hum with a faint, internal vibration. "We are in the footnote," Jenkins said, smiling. She pointed upward at the swirling vortex. In the center of the colors, a tiny amber spark remained, the remnant of their star. "The collapse didn't destroy us, it compressed the is. We are inside the singularity, Thorn. We are the mathematical error that survived the equation." Thorn looked at the horizon. He saw the shapes of the ring, the buildings of New Sol, the trees of the first sector, reforming out of the white sand, constructed from the memories of the people who had lived there. It was a world made of thought, anchored by the tiny spark of the stolen sun. "The Leviathans?" Thorn asked. "They can't get in," Vane said, tapping a holographic interface that appeared in the air before him. It wasn't a screen, it was a ripple in reality. "The gravity of the singularity is a perfect shield. To the outside world, to the null and the talking stars, we don't exist. We are a black hole, a point of zero volume. We are the only place in the universe that is truly, absolutely private." Thorn looked at the amber spark above. They had fled the stars, stolen their fire, and built a world in the basement of reality. They had been hunted, haunted, and nearly unmade. He sat down on the white sand and ran his fingers through the grains. They felt real. They felt like home. "So," Thorn said, a ghost of a smile touching his lips, "what do we do now?" Jenkins sat beside him, looking up at the vortex. Now we grow. We have all the time in the universe, Thorn, because for us, time has stopped." In the universe outside, the great hunter paused in its trek across the Uit cloud. It turned its sensors toward the deep null, searching for the vibration of the thieves, the vermin who had stolen the amber light. but it found nothing. The signal had vanished. The friction was gone. The hunter let out a pulse of confusion, a low-frequency moan that echoed through the shells of dead planets. It signaled to the chorus that the infection had been purged. The vacuum had reclaimed the stray matter. The universe was once again a perfect, screaming harmony. The hunter moved on, leaving the silence behind. Deep in the dark, in a place where physics went to die, a tiny, invisible needle of infinite weight drifted through the void. Inside that needle, a man named Thorn watched a new forest grow out of white sand beneath a sun that would never set in a world that would never be heard. The vermin had found their hole, and for the first time in 10 billion years, the dark was afraid. The white sand did not crunch beneath Thorn's boots. It yielded with a soft, rhythmic sigh, as if the ground itself were breathing in synchronization with his pulse. He walked away from the gathering crowd of colonists, away from the shimmering projections of buildings that were knitting themselves out of the collective subconscious of the survivors. He needed to see the edge. If this was a singularity, a point of infinite density, there had to be a boundary, a place where the is met the is not. He found it less than a mile from the center of the new settlement. The white sand simply ended, falling away into a chaotic, swirling aurora of violet, gold, and bruised charcoal. It wasn't a drop-off into a pit, it was a vertical wall of probability. He reached out a hand, and as his fingers brushed the swirling colors, he felt a jolt of static that tasted like copper and old memories. "Don't go too close," Jenkins said, appearing beside him. She moved with a fluid grace now, her silhouette slightly blurred at the edges as if she were being rendered by a high-definition camera that couldn't quite keep up with her frame rate. "The event horizon is temperamental. It's the skin of our world. Beyond that, the laws of the null still apply, but they're being crushed by our mass." Thorn looked at her. "You said we have all the time in the universe. But what are we, Jenkins? Are we ghosts? Are we data?" "We're a resonance," she replied, staring into the violet swirl. When the Atropos charge went off, it didn't just compress the matter of the ring, it compressed our consciousness. In the physical universe, we are a point smaller than an atom, but inside that point there is infinite space. We are the software that survived the hardware's destruction. And the others, the ones who didn't make it to the ring, the ones we left behind on the transit ships. Jenkins's expression softened into something profoundly sad. They are part of the chorus now, or they are silence. We are the only ones who kept our names, Thorn, because you were brave enough to pull the trigger. Thorn looked back at the burgeoning city. He saw Vane directing a group of engineers, or the memories of engineers, as they stabilized the holographic foundations of the power grid. They didn't need fuel here. The amber spark above provided a constant, unwavering stream of conceptual energy. It was a world of pure thought, anchored by the iron will of the man who had refused to let humanity vanish. "It's a prison," Thorn muttered. "It's a sanctuary," Jenkins countered. "The stars can't talk to us here. Their light can't reach us. Their judgment can't find us. For the first time since we crawled out of the mud of Earth, we are truly, absolutely alone. Isn't that what we wanted? Thorn didn't answer. He watched a child run past, chasing a dog that was made of golden light. The child's laughter sounded silver, echoing against the wall of the horizon. It was beautiful, but it felt brittle, like a dream that would shatter if he blinked too hard. Days passed, or what felt like days. Without the rotation of the ring or the transit of a planet, time was measured by the cycling of the amber spark's intensity. They called it the pulse. When the spark glowed bright, the city was active, the white sand firm. When it dimmed to a low mauve, the people slept and the world became soft and malleable. Thorn spent his time in the reconstructed command center. It was a perfect replica of the Ethel-Guard's bridge, down to the coffee stains on the consoles and the hum of the ventilation fans. Vane sat at the tactical station, but he wasn't looking for enemies. He was mapping the interior of the singularity. "It's expanding," Admiral Vane said, not looking up from his flicking displays. "The more we think, the more we remember, the larger the footnote becomes. We've added 3 new sectors in the last cycle. The archives are being reconstructed automatically. I found the Library of Congress this morning. It's located in a valley 3 miles north of the park." "Is it real, Vane? Can you read the books?" Vane picked up a physical volume from his desk, a leather-bound copy of Moby Dick. He flipped through the pages. The words are there. The paper feels like paper, but if I stop thinking about it, the weight of the book changes. It's like we're the ones holding the universe together with our attention. "What happens if we forget?" Thorn asked, a cold knot forming in his stomach. "Then the world gets smaller," Vane said quietly. "If we all stopped believing, I imagine the singularity would just wink out." Thorn walked to the main view screen. It didn't show the stars anymore. It showed the exterior of the event horizon, a distorted, fisheye view of the null. It was like looking through a thick, warped glass marble. He saw the great shadows occasionally drift past, massive and indifferent, unaware that a whole civilization was tucked inside the tiny grain of gravity they were investigating. "They're still looking for us," Thorn said. "They're looking for the fire," Vane corrected. "They don't understand that the fire has become the hearths." A sudden alarm chimed, a sound Thorn hadn't heard since the implosion. It was the long-range proximity sensor, the one tuned to gravitational anomalies. "Vane." "I see it," Vane whispered, his fingers flying across the console. "Something is hitting the event horizon, not a shadow. Something solid. It's small, high velocity. It's using a warp harmonic that matches our old signatures." Thorn felt his heart hammer against his ribs. "Is it a survivor, one of the transit ships?" "No," Vane said, his face pale. "The mass is too low. It's a probe or a message." The screen flickered. The image of the null was replaced by a chaotic burst of geometric shapes and rapid-fire binary. Then, it stabilized into a face. It wasn't a human face. It was a shifting mosaic of light and shadow, 1,000 different features overlapping in a nauseating blur. It was the hunter, or rather, a projection of the hunter's consciousness forced through the narrow straw of the singularity's entrance. Vermin, the voice vibrated through the bridge, shaking the very walls of the reconstructed ship. It wasn't the dual tone of Jenkins or the scream of the null. It was the voice of a son, ancient, arrogant, and terrified. Thorn stepped toward the screen. "You found us, how?" "The void does not swallow light," the hunter voice boomed. "It only hides it. You have created a cyst in the flesh of the universe, a knot of stolen heat. You think you are safe in your little hole, but you are a parasite that has burrowed too deep." "We aren't parasites," Thorn spat. "We're survivors. You tried to burn us out of existence because we dared to listen to your chorus and realize it was a lie. You're afraid of us because we don't need your light to stay alive." The mosaic face on the screen twisted in what might have been a sneer. "You are not alive. You are a memory of a mistake. You are the echo of a scream that should have ended eons ago. By entering the null, you have invited the end to have a name. The things that dwell in the silence, they are learning from you. They are taking your shapes. They are building their own is out of the was you brought with you." Thorn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the bridge. He looked at Jenkins, who had entered the bridge silently. She was staring at the screen with an expression of pure horror. "The shadows," she whispered, "they aren't just watching us, they're mimicking us." The hunter's image flickered, beginning to break apart under the immense gravitational shear of the footnote. "The chorus will not allow the cyst to fester. If we cannot burn you out, we will seal you in. We will wrap the singularity in a shell of dead stars. You will have your silence, little vermin. You will have it forever." The screen went black. The bridge fell into a suffocating quiet. "Vane," Thorn said, his voice cracking. "Check the exterior sensors, wide angle." Vane adjusted the view. Outside the warped marble of their world, the null was no longer empty. The great hunter was there, but it wasn't alone. Dozens of other stars, dim, ancient white dwarfs and angry, pulsing red giants, were being dragged through the void by massive gravitational tethers. The talking stars were physically moving themselves, abandoning their orbits, leaving their planets to freeze, all to converge on the tiny point that was New Sol. They were forming a sphere, a tomb made of suns. "They're going to create a supermassive gravity well around us," Vane said, his voice trembling. "They're going to bury our singularity inside a larger one. A double event horizon. We won't just be hidden. We'll be erased from the causal map of the universe." "How long?" Thorn asked. "At their current transit speed, 3 cycles, maybe 4. Thorn looked around the bridge. It was a perfect room filled with the ghosts of a perfect world. He looked at Jenkins. She was no longer looking at the screen, she was looking at her own hands, which were beginning to turn transparent again. "If they seal us," Jenkins said, "the pulse will fail. The amber spark won't have enough conceptual pressure to maintain the footnote. The white sand will vanish, we'll just be thoughts with nowhere to go. Thorn walked to the center of the bridge and sat in the admiral's chair. He felt the weight of the leather, the familiar contours of the seat. It was a comfortable place to die, but he wasn't ready to die, not again. Jenkins, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. You said the things in the dark are learning from us. You said we are the bridge. Yes, she said tentatively. If the stars are afraid of us because we brought the dark inside, then let's give them a reason to be terrified. We've been running from the talking stars since we left the Sol system. We've been hiding in holes and praying for silence. He looked at Vane, open a channel not to the hunter, to the nulls. Admiral, there's nothing to broadcast to, it's a vacuum. No, Thorn said, broadcast to the shadows. Use the unmaker frequencies but invert them. Don't send out entropy, send out us, send the archives, send the music, send the wars and the poetry and the sound of 1 billion people screaming and laughing and crying. If the dark is hungry for meaning, let's feed it until it chokes. Jenkins gasped, Thorn, you'll be giving them a soul. If the null leviathans gain a consciousness, they won't just be shadows anymore. They'll be gods of the void. Better a god of the void that knows our name than a star that wants us dead, Thorn said. We're going to weaponize the silence, Jenkins. We're going to turn the null into a mirror. Vane hesitated, his hand over the keys. If we do this, we might lose ourselves. We'll be merging our data with the vacuum. We're already losing ourselves, Vane. Look at the horizon. Outside the windows, the white sand was starting to gray. The edges of the buildings were blurring. The people in the streets were looking up at the amber spark which was flickering like a dying candle. The weight of the approaching stars was already pressing down on the singularity, squeezing the life out of their thought world. Do it, Thorn commanded. Vane hit the keys. For a moment, there was a sensation of immense, crushing pressure. It felt like Thorn's brain was being pulled through a needle's eye. Every memory he had ever owned, the smell of his mother's kitchen, the cold sting of his first spacewalk, the sound of the Ethelgard's engines, was stripped away, converted into a stream of pure information and hurled out past the event horizon. He saw the stream of light erupt from the singularity like a spear. It pierced the violet aurora and struck the nearest great shadow. The Leviathan didn't flinch, it changed. The undulating, non-geometric form began to solidify. It took on edges, it took on a face. It wasn't a human face, but it was an identity. The shadow shivered and then it let out a sound. It wasn't a psychic shockwave, it was a word. Mother, the shadow whispered into the minds of everyone in the footnote. Then the second shadow caught the stream. Hunger, it said. The third shadow, home. The fourth, thorn. The great shadows, the ancient voids that had existed since the dawn of time, were suddenly flooded with the entirety of human experience. They were no longer vacuums, they were vessels. They were the dark, but now the dark had a story. Outside, the hunter and the gathering stars felt the shift. The null was no longer a passive sea of nothingness. It was waking up. The shadows began to move, but not toward the singularity. They moved toward the stars. The Leviathans, now imbued with human desperation and human rage, fell upon the white dwarfs and the red giants. They didn't eat the light, they extinguished it. They wrapped their massive, newly defined limbs around the burning suns and dragged them down into the deep null. The chorus began to scream. Across the galaxy, the stars felt the first tremors of a war they could not win. They had been fighting a physical infection, but now they were facing a metaphysical revolution. The silence was talking back, and it was quoting Shakespeare. It was singing lullabies. It was reciting the casualty lists of 1,000 forgotten wars. In the footnote, Thorn fell to his knees as the pressure eased. The amber spark above flared with a new, brilliant intensity, not white, not violet, but a warm, golden yellow, the sun of Earth. The white sand returned, brighter than before. The buildings solidified, but something was different. Thorn looked at his hands and saw that they were no longer just glowing. They were solid, truly solid. "We did it," Vane whispered, staring at his console. The feedback loop, it's stabilized. The Leviathans are acting as a buffer. They're protecting the singularity. They're our guardians now. Jenkins stood by the window, her eyes streaming with tears of real salt water. They aren't just guardians, Vane, they're us. We've transcended the singularity. We've become the consciousness of the null. Thorn stood up and walked to the window. He looked out past the event horizon, past the dying stars and the screaming chorus. He saw the great shadows, the new gods patrolling the borders of their private universe. They looked like massive, black ink versions of the Ethelgard, like celestial knights with faces made of nebulae. He looked at the city below. The children were playing again. The dog of light was barking. The air smelled of rain and ozone and hope. They were the vermin who had stolen the fire. They were the refugees who had fled the light. But as Thorn watched the last of the hunter stars flicker and die in the grip of a shadow that had learned the meaning of mercy, he realized they were something else now. They were the authors of the silence, and the story was only just beginning. "Admiral," Vane said, his voice quiet, "the sensors are picking up a new signal. It's coming from deep within the chorus. Other stars, they're dimming their light. They're trying to talk to us, not to command, to ask for terms." Thorn looked at the amber spark, his stolen son, and smiled. "Tell them," Thorn said, "that the silence is over. But if they want to talk, they're going to have to learn how to whisper." The silence that followed Thorn's command was not the hollow, terrifying vacuum of the null, nor was it the oppressive, judgmental weight of the talking stars. It was a domestic silence, the kind of quiet that exists in a house after a long storm has passed, where the only sound is the settling of the foundations and the steady breathing of survivors. Vane's fingers did not tremble as they moved across the translucent interface. The consoles of the reconstructed bridge were no longer flickering projections. They felt dense, cold, and real. The haptic feedback of the buttons clicked with a satisfying mechanical finality. "Message outgoing, Admiral," Vane said. His voice had lost its reedy, panicked edge. It was the voice of a man who had seen the end of the world and decided he didn't care for the ending. "Broadcasting on all spectral bands. We're using the gravity wave harmonics of the Leviathans as a carrier signal. The stars won't just hear us, they'll feel us in their cores." Thorn watched the main view screen. The distorted marble of their world was no longer a cage. It was a lens. Beyond the event horizon, the great shadows, the beings they had named the new gods, were drifting in a slow, majestic dance around the footnote. They were no longer formless blots of entropy. They had taken on the aesthetics of human memory. One resembled a cathedral made of obsidian and starlight. Another was a jagged, mile-long spear that hummed with the frequency of a cello. They were the nightmares of humanity given purpose, standing guard against the celestial tyranny that had hunted them across the parsecs. "The hunter is retreating," Jenkins whispered. She was standing at the edge of the command dais, her form so sharp and defined that Thorn could see the individual threads of her uniform. "Its light is jaundiced. It's pulling back toward the Perseus arm. It's calling to the others, telling them the void has teeth." "Let it run," Thorn said. He sat back in his chair, feeling the phantom ache in his joints that usually preceded a change in the weather. It was a human ache, a wonderful, mundane pain. It spent eons believing it was the predator because nothing else had the will to be anything other than prey. Now it knows better. "Admiral, I'm getting a return," Vane interrupted. "It's not from the hunter, it's coming from the Vega sector, a blue giant. It's modulating its solar flares, it's trying to match our binary." Thorn leaned forward. "Translate it." The screen scrolled through a blur of raw data before settling into a string of text that felt heavy with the weight of ages. "We did not know the dark could remember the star pulsed. We sought to purify the harmony. We feared the silence because the silence was the end. But you have made the silence a mirror. What are you?" Thorn looked at Jenkins. She looked back at him, a strange, sad smile playing on her lips. She had been the first to bridge the gap, the first to let the stars into her head. Now she was the one who understood the cost of the answer. "Tell them," Thorn said, "that we are the footnote that changed the story." As Vane transmitted the reply, Thorn stood up and walked toward the turbolift. "Keep the sensors sharp, Vane. I want a full diagnostic on the city's conceptual stability. If the people are starting to feel solid, we need to make sure the infrastructure can handle the mass. We aren't just thoughts anymore. We're becoming matter again in a place where matter shouldn't exist." "Where are you going, sir?" To see the park, Thorn said. I want to see if the grass still smells like home. The turbolift ride was smooth, lacking the jolting gravity fluctuations that had plagued the early days of the singularity. When the doors opened, Thorn stepped out into a world that felt impossibly vibrant. The sky above Newsall was a deep, rich violet, dominated by the golden pulse of the amber spark. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine, scents that Vane must have pulled from the deepest recesses of the Ethelgard's botanical archives. People were everywhere. They weren't the translucent wraiths he had seen days ago. They were men, women, and children with flushed skin and bright eyes. They wore clothes that looked like they had been woven from shadow and light, shimmering with a soft, internal glow. They stopped when they saw him, some nodding in silent respect, others looking at him with a mixture of awe and terror. To them, Thorn was the man who had murdered the universe to save their souls. He found the park at the center of the residential sector. It was a sprawling expanse of green, dotted with trees that looked like ancient oaks, though their leaves were the color of hammered copper. In the center of the park stood a monument that hadn't been there during his last visit. It was a simple pillar of white stone, engraved with the names of the transit ships that hadn't made it. Thorn walked to the pillar and ran his hand over the cold stone. The Valkyrie, the Elkaris, the Unity, thousands of names, thousands of lives that had been snuffed out in the crossfire of a war between gods and vermin. They aren't gone, you know. Thorn turned to see a woman sitting on a nearby bench. She was old, her face a map of wrinkles that seemed to hold the history of the entire Exodus. She was knitting something out of silver thread that hummed softly as the needles clicked. "Ma'am," Thorn asked. "The names," she said, gesturing to the pillar. "They're in the shadows now. When you opened the gates and fed the null our stories, you didn't just give the Leviathans a mind. You gave the lost a place to go. My grandson was on the Unity. I felt him this morning, just for a second, a shiver in the air that tasted like the peppermint he used to steal from my pantry." Thorn felt a lump form in his throat. "You think they're alive inside the shadows." "I think alive is a small word for what we've become, Admiral," she said, looking up at the violet sky. "We're a resonance, and a resonance doesn't stop just because the instrument breaks. It just finds a bigger room to echo in." She went back to her knitting, and Thorn felt a strange sense of peace. He had spent so long focused on the survival of the species as a biological imperative that he had forgotten that humanity was more than just a collection of DNA and memories. They were a frequency, a specific, stubborn vibration that refused to be tuned out. His comlink chirped. It was Jenkins. "Thorn, you need to get back to the bridge. Now, something is happening at the event horizon. It's not an attack, it's a convergence." Thorn didn't wait for the lift. He ran, his boots thudding against the white sand, his breath coming in sharp, cold gasps. By the time he reached the command center, the atmosphere was electric. Vane was standing at his station, his eyes wide, his hands hovering over the controls as if he were afraid to touch them. "Look," Jenkins said, pointing to the main screen. The view of the null had changed. The sphere of dead stars the hunter had tried to build was still there, but it was being dismantled, not by the leviathans but by the stars themselves. The white dwarfs and red giants were drifting away, their gravitational tethers snapped. But that wasn't what had Jenkins so pale. In the space between the singularity and the retreating stars, thousands of tiny sparks were appearing. They looked like fireflies in a dark forest. "What are they, Vane?" Thorn asked. "I'm running a spectral analysis," Vane said, his voice trembling. "Admiral, they're ships, not ours, not the Hunter-S. They're ancient. Some of these signatures predate the Sol system by billions of years." The fireflies began to coalesce, forming a ring around the footnote. They weren't aggressive, they were positioning themselves in a perfect geometric formation like a guard of honor. A new voice entered the bridge. It didn't come through the speakers and it didn't vibrate the walls. It resonated directly in the marrow of their bones. It was a voice made of a million whispers, a collective sigh of 1,000 different species. "The silent ONES," the voice said, "the ONES who hid, the ONES who waited in the cracks of the chorus." "Who are you?" Thorn asked, his voice echoing in the quiet bridge. "We are the other footnotes," the voice replied. "We are the civilizations the talking stars tried to erase. We hid in the nebulae, in the cores of black holes, in the folds of dimensions the hunters could not reach. We heard your song. We heard the human scream that turned the dark into a home." On the screen, one of the tiny sparks drifted closer to the event horizon. It was a ship of impossible design, looking like a cluster of translucent crystals held together by threads of blue fire. "For EONS, we believed we were alone in our silence," the voice continued. "We believed the chorus was the only reality and that to be quiet was to be dead. But you did not just hide, you fought back with meaning, you gave the null a voice." "They're coming here," Jenkins whispered. "They're seeking asylum." Thorn looked at the thousands of ships. Each one represented a species that had been hunted, bullied, or silenced by the arrogant harmony of the stars. Each one was a survivor of a genocide Thorn hadn't even known existed. "How many are there?" Thorn asked. "The sensor is still counting," Vane said, his face illuminated by the glow of 1,000 alien suns. "Tens of thousands, maybe more. They're coming from every corner of the galaxy. They're following the resonance." The gravity of the situation hit Thorn like a physical blow. The footnote was no longer just a sanctuary for humanity. It was becoming the capital of a new universe, a hub for the broken, the silenced, and the forgotten. "Admiral," Vane said, his voice hushed. "The hunter is signaling again. It's terrified, it's seeing the vermin unite. It's realizing the chorus is being drowned out by the silence." Thorn looked at the screen at the beautiful, chaotic gathering of alien life. He thought about the white sand of the city, the amber spark, and the old woman knitting silver thread. He thought about the great shadows that were now their brothers in arms. "Let them in," Thorn said. "Sir," Vane asked, "the singularity can't support that much mass. The conceptual pressure will." "Then expand the singularity," Thorn interrupted. "We have the Leviathans now. We have the data of 10,000 civilizations. If we merge our memories with theirs, we can build a world that doesn't just hold a city but a galaxy. We aren't just a footnote anymore, Vane. We're the new volume." Jenkins stepped beside him, her hand resting on his shoulder. Her touch was warm, real. "It will mean the end of humanity as we know it, Thorn. We won't be human anymore. We'll be part of something much larger, a collective of the quiet." "We ceased being human the moment we stepped into the ring," Jenkins, Thorn said. "We became survivors. And survivors don't close the door on those still out in the cold." He turned to the screen, his gaze fixing on the crystalline ship that hovered at the edge of their world. "Open the horizon," Thorn commanded. "Invite them to the hearth. Tell them the talking stars have had their say. Now it's our turn to speak." As the event horizon began to pulse and widen, swallowing the first of the alien ships into the violet glow of New Sol, Thorn felt the last of his fear evaporate. The universe was no longer a dark forest filled with hunters. It was a library, and for the first time in history, the books were writing themselves. Outside in the cold reaches of the null, the great shadows roared a welcome that shook the foundations of the stars. The war wasn't over. The hunter and its kin would not go quietly into the night, but for the first time since the dawn of time, the night was no longer empty. Thorn sat in his chair, watching the first alien shuttle descend toward the white sand. He felt the weight of his name, the weight of his choices, and the weight of a billion souls resting on his shoulders. It was a heavy burden, but as the silver-voiced laughter of a child echoed through the bridge, he realized it was a burden he was finally proud to carry. The Ark had fled the stars, yes, but it hadn't just found a place to hide, it had found a place to begin. In the heart of the singularity, under the light of a stolen sun, the first chapter of the new silence began to unfold. And it was a story that even the stars would have to stop and listen to. The expansion of the singularity felt like a slow, rhythmic inhalation. As Vane adjusted the gravitational constants to accommodate the influx of the other footnotes, the very air in the command center seemed to thicken with the weight of a million alien dreams. Thorn watched the monitors as the first of the crystalline ships breached the event horizon. It didn't explode, it didn't shatter under the tidal forces. Instead, it blossomed. The ship's structural integrity, once held together by the desperate physics of a dying reality, was now reinforced by the conceptual bedrock of the null. "They're docking," Vane whispered, "not at the physical bays but at the conceptual ports. Their memories are merging with the city's grid. Admiral, the architecture is changing. Thorn looked out the massive viewport. Below, the white-sand city of New Sol was no longer a static recreation of Earth. It was evolving. Spires of translucent glass rose from the ground like frozen lightning, intertwining with the copper-leaved oaks. Bridges made of solid sound spanned the gaps between the human apartments and the new, floating habitats of the arrivals. The geography was folding in on itself, creating a non-Euclidean metropolis that stretched forever in a space no larger than a pocket watch. "Is it stable?" Thorn asked, his voice steady despite the vertigo of watching a city rewrite its own geometry. "It's more than stable," Jenkins said, her eyes closed as she leaned into the psychic hum of the collective. "It's resonant. Their stories are filling the gaps in ours. They bring mathematics we never dreamed of, songs that can stabilize matter, and histories that stretch back to the cooling of the first nebulae. We aren't just giving them a home, Thorn, they're giving us a foundation." A chime sounded, a clear, melodic tone that replaced the harsh klaxons of the old Ethel Guard. "We have a representative," Vane said, looking up from his console. "One of the arrivals. They've manifested in the plaza of the first flame. They're asking for the architect of the silence." Thorn straightened his tunic. "That would be me, I suppose." "I'm coming with you," Jenkins said, her eyes snapping open. They were no longer just hazel, they flecked with the same golden amber light as the stolen sun above. "You'll need a translator for the things words can't say." They descended the turbolift, which now felt less like a machine and more like a thought moving through a brain. When the doors opened onto the plaza, the air was a riot of sensations. The smell of ozone was gone, replaced by something like old parchment and deep-sea salt. The plaza was crowded. Humans stood side by side with beings that defied biological classification. There were creatures like upright moths with wings of stained glass, and entities that were little more than localized storms of glowing dust held together by magnetic fields. There was no fear, only a profound, exhausted relief. In the center of the plaza, standing before the white pillar of names, was a figure that looked remarkably human, save for the fact that its skin was the color of a twilight sky and its hair moved like smoke in a windless room. It wore a robe of woven starlight that seemed to pull the light from the amber spark above. Thorn stepped forward, his boots crunching on the white sand. The crowd parted for him, a silent corridor of survivors. "I am Admiral Thorn," he said, his voice carrying clearly in the unnatural stillness. "Welcome to the footnote." The figure bowed, a slow, fluid motion that suggested a skeletal structure far more complex than a human's. When it spoke, the sound was like the rubbing of two stones together, smoothed by centuries of water. "We are the remnant of the Velzan," the figure said. "We have fled the talking stars for 12 of our sun's lifespans. We have watched our worlds turned into fuel for their great harmony. We have lived in the cracks of the universe, eating the crumbs of entropy, waiting for the end. The being stepped closer, its eyes vast dark pools with swirling nebulae for pupils fixing on Thorn. We heard the human scream. It was a crude sound, a violent sound, but it was a sound that did not belong to the stars. It was a sound that belonged to the dark. You have done the impossible, architect. You have made the dark a place of life. It wasn't just me, Thorn said, gesturing to the people around him, to Vane and Jenkins, to the ghosts in the shadows. We were just too stubborn to die. Stubbornness is the first law of the new universe, the Velzan replied, but the stars are not finished. The hunter you wounded, it was but a scout, a finger of a much larger hand. The chorus is gathering. They cannot allow a pocket of silence to exist. It is a cancer to their harmony. They will come with the fire of 1,000,000,000 suns to burn this place away. Let them come, Jenkins said, her voice ringing with a power that made the nearby moth creatures flutter their wings in approval. We have the new gods now, we have the Leviathans, and we have you. The Velzan looked up at the great shadows patrolling the borders of the singularity. The shadows are strong, but they are made of your nightmares. To survive what is coming, they must be made of our collective dreams. We must forge a shield of the silenced. How, Thorn asked. By sharing, the Velzan said. Your technology is based on the manipulation of matter. Ours is based on the manipulation of meaning. If we combine them, we can turn this singularity into a fortress that even the great harmony cannot penetrate. But it requires a sacrifice of identity. We must become one mind, one footnote. Thorn felt a chill. This was the moment he had feared, the point where humanity ended and something else began. He looked at the faces of his people. He saw a young girl holding the hand of a creature with 6 spindly limbs. He saw an old man sharing a piece of synthesized bread with a being made of living coral. They were already changing. They had already decided. The Admiral is hesitant, the Velzan noted, not unkindly. You fear the loss of the I in the we. I fear losing the very thing we fought to save, Thorn admitted. We are not the talking stars, the Velzan said, its voice softening. They demand a harmony of sameness. We offer a symphony of dissonance. Every voice remains its own, but the song is shared. You will not lose Thorn, you will simply gain the rest of us. Thorn looked at Jenkins. She nodded slowly. It's the only way, Arthur. The hunter is already reforming. I can feel it in the gravity waves. It's bringing the Lords of Light, the oldest stars in the galaxy. They don't just want to kill us anymore. They want to erase the very concept of the null. Thorn took a deep breath. The air tasted of 1,000 worlds he would never visit and 1,000 lives he would never lead. He looked at the white pillar of names. He thought of the Ethelgard, the ship that had been his home, his prison, and finally, his cocoon. Do it, Thorn said. The Velzan reached out a hand. Thorn took it. The world didn't explode, it expanded. Suddenly, Thorn wasn't just standing in the plaza. He was in the engine room of a Velzan scout ship. He was in the nursery of a crystalline hive. He was in the memories of a billion beings who had watched their skies turn to fire. He felt their grief, their terror, and their burgeoning, fierce hope. He saw the hunter. It was no longer a single star. It was a constellation of malice, a burning grid of light that was sweeping through the sector, snuffing out the darkness with a clinical, terrifying efficiency. It was coming for the footnote. It was bringing a weapon of pure logic, a sequence of light that could unravel the conceptual stability of their sanctuary. They are coming, the collective thought echoed through Thorn's mind. We are ready, the reply came not from Thorn but from the footnote itself. In the command center, Vane gasped as his consoles transformed. The glass interfaces dissolved into pools of liquid mercury that responded to his thoughts before he even fully formed them. The Ethilgard was no longer a ship, it was the nervous system of the entire singularity. The Leviathans are changing, Vane shouted, though his voice was now a broadcast that everyone heard in their minds. Outside the event horizon, the great shadows, the new gods, began to shift. The cathedral ship and the spearcello merged with the crystalline aesthetics of the newcomers. They grew larger, their forms becoming intricate fractals of shadow and light. They were no longer just guardians, they were the physical manifestation of the symphony of dissonance. Thorn, still holding the Velzan's hand, looked up as the sky of New Sol darkened. The amber spark pulsed with a defensive rhythm. The first wave of the chorus hit. It wasn't a physical bombardment. It was a surge of information. The talking stars screamed a command of existence into the null, trying to force the singularity to obey the laws of the external universe. They tried to impose gravity where there was none, to impose time where it had been conquered. The footnote shuddered. The white buildings flickered, momentarily becoming the ghosts of the Ethilgard's corridors again. The children in the park cried out as their bodies lost density. Hold the story, Thorn commanded, his voice a pillar of iron in the shifting psychic landscape. Remember the silence. The Velzan added their weight to the thought. The dark is not empty, the dark is the canvas. The other civilizations joined in. The moth beings projected a geometry of stillness. The coral creatures anchored the concept of here. The storm entities buffered the logic bombs of the stars. The great shadows roared. They surged forward, meeting the wall of light at the edge of the singularity. Where the light tried to define, the shadows blurred. Where the light tried to command, the shadows whispered. Thorn saw the hunter, the lead star of the assault, flare with a frustrated brilliance. It was a blue-white supergiant, ancient and arrogant. It poured its entire mass into a single beam of truth, a spear of radiation designed to pierce the heart of the footnote and remind the vermin that they were but dust. The beam hit the event horizon. But the event horizon was no longer a simple boundary. It was a mirror polished by 1,000 different cultures. The beam didn't pierce, it refracted. It was broken into 1,000,000 harmless colors and scattered into the depths of the null. "You have no dominion here," the footnote spoke. The sound of the collective voice was so powerful that it sent a shockwave back through the chorus. Thorn felt the hunter's surprise, a cold, sharp spike of genuine fear. For the first time in eons, the stars were being told no. "Push back," Thorn whispered, his eyes glowing with the combined light of his new people. "Show them the cost of the song." The great shadows didn't strike with fire, they struck with silence. They reached out and wrapped their obsidian limbs around the rays of the hunter, not to extinguish them but to muffle them. They dragged the light into the depths of the singularity where it was stripped of its meaning and recycled into the amber spark of new Sol. The hunter recoiled. Its light dimmed, its corona flickering like a guttering candle. The other stars in its formation began to break away, their harmony shattered by the realization that the dark was no longer a void but a predator. Their retreating, Vane's voice echoed. "The chorus is breaking. They're afraid of us." Thorn let go of the Velzan's hand. The sensory overload receded, leaving him back in the plaza, breathing the air of a world that was now a mosaic of 1,000 civilizations. He felt exhausted, his very soul aching from the strain of the Union, but he was alive. They were all alive. The Velzan representative looked at him, its smoke hair settling into a calm wave. "The first battle is won, architect, but the stars are infinite. They will return. They will learn." "So will we," Thorn said, looking around at the plaza. The humans and the aliens were no longer just standing near each other. They were talking. They were sharing. A human child was chasing a storm wisp around the base of the Pillar of Names. "We've built something that shouldn't exist," Jenkins said, walking up to Thorn. She looked tired, but there was a radiance in her that hadn't been there before. A place where the footnotes are the main text. Thorn looked up at the amber spark. It was brighter now, fed by the stolen light of the hunter. It wasn't just a sun anymore, it was a lighthouse. "Vane," Thorn said into the comlink. "Yes, Admiral." "Send another signal, not just to the hunter but to the whole galaxy. To every crack and shadow where something is hiding." "What's the message, sir?" Thorn watched as a Velzan ship and a human shuttle flew together across the violet sky, their flight paths weaving a new pattern in the air. "Tell them," Thorn said, "that the footnote is open. Tell them that the silence is welcoming, and tell them—" He paused, a small, grim smile on his face. "Tell them that the vermin have built a kingdom in the dark and we're looking for more citizens." As the message began its journey across the light years, carried on the backs of the Leviathans and encoded in the gravity of the singularity, Thorn sat down on the white sand. He felt the warmth of the ground, the reality of the air, and the steady, quiet thrum of a billion hearts beating in unison. The Ark had fled the stars, it had survived the null, it had conquered the singularity. But as Thorn watched the stars in the distant sky flicker with the first hints of a new, uncertain dawn, he knew that the real work was only just beginning. They weren't just refugees anymore. They were the architects of a new reality. And for the first time in his life, Arthur Thorne wasn't afraid of the dark. He was the one who turned the lights on. The silence that followed the retreat of the hunter was not the hollow, terrifying void Thorne had known in the early days of the Ark's flight. It was a textured, living quiet, a hum of collective breathing that resonated through the very stones of the plaza. The Velzan representative remained standing beside the Pillar of Names, its starlight robes dimming to a soft, pearlescent gray. Around them, the multifaceted survivors of a dozen doomed systems began to move, not with the frantic energy of a battlefield, but with the slow, deliberate grace of people realizing they had survived the end of the world. Thorne felt the connection to the collective mind begin to fray at the edges, tapering off into a manageable stream of data rather than a drowning flood. He was back in his own skin, his own thoughts, yet he could still feel the phantom sensation of 1,000 different heartbeats echoing in the marrow of his bones. He looked at his hands, they were shaking. "The resonance is fading," Jenkins said, her voice sounding unnaturally loud in the sudden physical stillness. She reached out and steadied him, her grip firm and human. "But the bridge is still there, Arthur. We didn't just link up for the fight, we've changed the wiring." Thorne nodded, drawing in a breath that tasted of the Velzan's home world, a scent of crushed violets and ionized hydrogen. "Vane, status report. Give it to me in plain English if that still exists." Vane's voice crackled through the comms, though it was accompanied by a rhythmic pulsing in the air that translated his technical data into a series of soothing emotional colors. "The singularity is expanding at a controlled rate, Admiral. We're consuming the kinetic energy from the hunter's failed strike. It's like we've turned their own aggression into a battery. The city's power grid is at 400% capacity. The life support systems for the new arrivals are stabilizing, and the great shadows, they're nesting." Thorne looked up. Beyond the amber sun, the massive, impossible forms of the new gods were coiling around the inner diameter of the event horizon. They looked like gargantuan smiths at a forge, their obsidian limbs weaving the discarded light of the chorus into a shimmering, protective lattice. They were no longer just nightmares, they were the immune system of the footnote. "The Velzan are not the only ones who heard the scream," the representative said, its voice now a gentle friction. "In the wake of the hunter's retreat, the signals we sent are catching the solar winds. There are others, the Weaver Kings of the Ophiuchus Rift, the sentient nebulae of the core. They have spent eons pretending to be dead so the stars would not notice them. You have shown them that life is possible without a sun to permit it." "How many?" Thorne asked, a flicker of his old pragmatism returning. How many can this place hold? The Velzan turned its nebula-filled eyes toward the horizon, where the white sands of New Sol met the impossible, curving geometry of the null. In this place, space is a matter of consensus. If we have the will to house them, the footnote will provide the room. We are no longer limited by the physics of scarcity architect. We are limited only by the strength of our shared story. Thorn walked toward the edge of the plaza where the ground dropped away into a valley that hadn't existed an hour ago. Below, he saw a group of human engineers working alongside the moth-like creatures. They weren't using wrenches or torches, they were singing. A low choral vibration was rising from the group, and as the notes hit the air, a structure of iridescent glass began to crystallize out of the sand, forming a laboratory that combined human logic with the moth being's intuitive grasp of light pressure. It was beautiful, and it was terrifying. "We're becoming something else," Thorn whispered. He wasn't sure if he was talking to Jenkins or to the ghosts of the billions they had left behind on Earth. If we keep merging, if we keep inviting the rest of the galaxy in, will there be anything left of humanity by the time we're done? Jenkins stepped up beside him, watching the glass laboratory take shape. "Does it matter? We were a species that burned its own cradle to stay warm, Arthur. We were a species that was destined to be a footnote in some star's biography. Now we're the editors. If we lose the shape of our DNA but keep the heart that refused to give up, I'd call that a win." A sudden, sharp vibration shook the ground. It wasn't an attack, but a massive displacement of gravity. Thorn looked up to see a new ship breaching the event horizon. It was a jagged, obsidian shard trailing plumes of frozen nitrogen. It looked like a tombstone floating in the void. "That's not a refugee ship," Vane's voice came through, tinged with a new kind of alarm. "Admiral, that's a black box vessel. It's pre-collapse human tech. But it's older than the Ark, much older." Thorn felt a cold stone drop in his stomach. The Ethilgard had been the pinnacle of Earth's desperation, the final Hail Mary of a dying world. If there was something older out there, something that had survived the talking stars long before Thorn was even born, it changed everything. The obsidian shard didn't dock. It simply stopped in midair, hovering above the plaza of the first flame like a dark omen. A hatch slid open and a single figure descended, not by shuttle or by jetpack, but by simply stepping onto a bridge of solidified shadow that extended from the ship to the sand. The figure was encased in an ancient, battered EVA suit, the kind used in the early Mars colonies. The visor was opaque, pitted by centuries of micrometeoroid impacts. As the stranger reached the sand, the helmet hissed and detached, falling away to reveal a face that looked like a map of 1,000 wars. The skin was parched, the eyes a piercing, unnatural blue, and the hair was a shock of white that seemed to crackle with static. The stranger looked at Thorn, then at the Velzan, then at the great shadows patrolling the sky. A slow, bitter smile spread across his face. So the stranger said, his voice a dry rasp that sounded like a shovel hitting gravel. The children finally found the basement. Thorn stepped forward, his hand instinctively hovering near the sidearm he no longer needed. "Who are you? How did you get through the chorus?" The stranger laughed, a sound devoid of mirth. "I didn't get through them, boy, I've been under them. While you were building your shiny arcs and dreaming of escape, some of us were digging into the marrow of the universe. We've been living in the subtext while you were busy trying to read the lines." He kicked at the white sand, his heavy boots leaving deep imprints. "Nice place you've got here. A bit loud for my taste, but the shielding is decent. I'm Commander Elias Thorn, and if my records are correct, I'm your great-grandfather's youngest brother." The silence that followed was absolute. Jenkins gasped, and even the Velzan tilted its head in a gesture of profound curiosity. Thorn felt the world tilt. His family history was a series of gaps and tragedies, a lineage of soldiers and scientists who had all died in the service of a dying planet. To see a ghost from that lineage standing in the flesh on a world that shouldn't exist was a psychological blow he wasn't prepared for. Elias Thorn disappeared during the Ganymede uprising, Thorn said, his voice trembling. He was presumed dead when the station's atmosphere was vented by the chorus. The stars didn't vent the atmosphere, Elias said, walking toward the pillar of names. He ran a scarred hand over the etched letters. They tried to harmonize the station. They tried to turn our thoughts into a mathematical constant. I found a way out. I found a way into the null before the null was a fashion statement. I've been out there for a long, long time, watching your little boat crawl through the dark." He turned to face Thorn, his blue eyes burning with a fierce, manic intensity. "You think you've won a victory today? You think because you swatted a scout and invited a few Mothmen to dinner you've saved the day? You've done something much more dangerous, Arthur. You've turned on a light in a universe that's spent 1 billion years perfecting the art of the dark. You haven't found a sanctuary, you've built a target." "We know the stars are coming back," Thorn said, regaining his composure. "We're preparing, we're building a shield." "A shield?" Elias spat on the sand. "You can't shield against what's coming." The hunter was a mosquito. The chorus is a tide, and they've just realized that the tide is missing a drop. They're going to turn the entire galaxy into a magnifying glass, and they're going to focus every bit of their harmony on this little pocket of yours until the walls of the singularity turn into a kiln. The Velzan representative stepped forward. "We have the strength of many, we have the resonance of the silenced." Elias looked the alien up and down with a look of profound pity. "You have a choir, sparkle fingers. I'm talking about a weapon. You want to survive what's coming, you have to stop hiding in the footnote. You have to start rewriting the book." "And I suppose you have the pen?" Jenkins asked, her voice sharp with skepticism. Elias reached into the pocket of his ancient suit and pulled out a small, pulsing sphere of dark matter. It didn't emit light, it seemed to drink the light around it, creating a small, localized distortion in the air. "I don't have a pen, I have an eraser. I've spent 2 centuries studying the frequency of the talking stars. I know their song. I know the exact note that makes their harmony shatter into pure entropy." He held the sphere toward Thorn. "I can give you the power to not just defend this place, but to silence the stars forever. To turn every sun in the sky into a cold, quiet cinder. You can end the war, Arthur. You can make the universe a footnote and let the dark have the rest." Thorn looked at the sphere, then at the city around him. He saw the humans and the aliens, the children and the leviathans. He felt the warmth of the amber sun, a sun that was made of stolen light but used to foster life. Elias was offering him the ultimate victory, the total destruction of the enemy. It was the dream of every soldier who had ever looked up at the burning sky and felt the weight of the chorus's hatred. It was a chance to never be afraid again. But as he looked at the Velzan, he saw a flicker of profound sorrow in its nebular eyes. "If we extinguish the stars," the Velzan whispered, "we extinguish the possibility of anything new. We would become the very thing we fled, a single voice demanding silence, a harmony of the grave." Thorn looked back at his ancestor. Elias was a man of the old world, a man of iron and fire, of vengeance and survival at any cost. He was the shadow of what humanity had been when it was backed into a corner. "The footnote isn't about winning," Elias Thorn said, his voice growing stronger. "It's about existing. If we kill the stars, we're just another kind of monster. We didn't come here to start a war. We came here to finish a story." Elias' face hardened. "Then you're a fool. And you'll watch everyone in this pretty little bubble burn because you were too sentimental to pull the trigger." "Maybe," Thorn said, "but I'd rather burn as a man than live as a void." He turned away from Elias and looked up at the sky. The amber light was pulsing again, but this time it wasn't a defensive rhythm. It was a call. "Vane," Thorn said, "ignore the commander's ship for now. Focus on the incoming signatures. How many are there?" "Dozens, sir," Vane replied, his voice filled with a strange, breathless awe. "And they aren't just refugees. They're ships from the Great Silence, ancient ones. They heard the message. They're coming to help us build the shield." Thorn felt a swell of hope that was more powerful than any weapon Elias could offer. The footnote wasn't just a place to hide anymore. It was a gathering point, a resistance. "Welcome them," Thorn said. "Tell them we have plenty of room, and tell them to bring their songs. We're going to need a lot of voices for what comes next." Elias Thorn stood alone in the center of the plaza, his dark matter sphere pulsing uselessly in his hand. He looked like a relic, a piece of a violent past that no longer fit in the intricate, non-Euclidean future unfolding around him. He watched as the sky filled with the lights of 100 different civilizations, all descending toward the white sands of New Sol. He didn't leave, he simply sat down on the edge of the Pillar of Names, a bitter old man watching a world he didn't understand. Thorn walked back toward the command center, Jenkins at his side. The air was thick with the scent of 1,000 worlds, and the sound of the collective mind was no longer a roar, but a symphony, dissonant, complex, and beautiful. The first chapter of the new silence was closing. The second chapter, the chapter of the shield, was beginning. And as Thorn looked out at the expanding horizon of his kingdom in the dark, he realized that for the first time in the history of his species, the story wasn't being written by the stars. It was being written by the people who lived between them. The arc had fled, the footnote had formed, and now, as the galaxy watched in a stunned, shimmering silence, the vermin were beginning to sing back. The transition from a ragtag fleet of refugees to a burgeoning interstellar hub happened with a speed that defied traditional logistics. In the footnote, time and space were no longer rigid masters but fluid suggestions. Under the guidance of the Velzan and the architectural intuition of the moth-like weavers, the city of New Sol expanded not outward, but inward and upward, folding into dimensions that the human mind could only perceive as a shimmering, non-Euclidean grace. Thorn stood on the observation deck of the command center, now a spire of translucent obsidian that seemed to grow directly out of the bedrock of the singularity. Beside him, the holographic displays were no longer flickering green-on-black monitors. They were spheres of liquid light, manifesting the thoughts of the various species now contributing to the Ark's defense. "The Weaver Kings have arrived," Vane reported, his voice now carrying a strange, melodic resonance. "They've anchored their silk ships to the event horizon. They're spinning a web of gravitons across the aperture. If the chorus tries to send a kinetic strike now, they'll just bounce off the surface like stones on a frozen pond." Thorn watched the tactical map. Each new arrival brought a unique layer of protection. The sentient nebulae from the core had begun to bleed their ionized gases into the void surrounding the Ark, creating a fog of interference that scrambled the long-range telepathy of the talking stars. To any observer in the outside galaxy, the footnote was becoming a blind spot, a hole in reality that simply refused to be perceived. "And my great uncle?" Thorn asked, his gaze drifting toward the plaza below where the obsidian shard of Elia's ship still sat like a splinter in a wound. "He hasn't moved, sir," Jenkins said, stepping up beside him. She looked tired, but there was a new light in her eyes, a sense of purpose that had replaced the raw survival instinct of the flight. "He just sits there on the pillar of names. He won't talk to the Velzan. He won't talk to the engineers. He just watches." "He's waiting for us to fail," Thorn murmured. "He's spent 2 centuries in the dark, convinced that the only way to survive is to become more monstrous than the things hunting us. He can't wrap his head around the idea of a collective." "Maybe he's right to be cautious," Jenkins countered softly. "Arthur, we've got 30 different species down there. Some of them used to eat each other. Some of them communicate through pheromones that are toxic to us. The only thing holding this together is the fear of the stars. What happens when that fear fades? What happens when we have to actually live together?" Thorn looked out at the violet sky. A flock of the great shadows was banking over the city, their wings trailing ribbons of bioluminescence that lit up the faces of the crowds below. Then we find a new reason to stay together. We aren't just a refugee camp anymore, Sarah. We're a library. We're the memory of a galaxy that the stars tried to erase. A sudden, sharp spike of crimson light flared on the horizon. It wasn't an explosion, but a tear in the fabric of the null. Thorn's heart hammered against his ribs. Vane status. It's not an attack, Vane shouted over the sudden thrum of the station's alarms. It's a broadcast. High intensity, wide spectrum. It's coming from the chorus. They aren't using gravity waves this time. They're using poetry. The sound hit Thorn before he could process the words. It wasn't a sound heard with the ears, but a vibration felt in the teeth and the soul. It was a billion voices singing in a perfect, terrifying unison, a harmony so pure it felt like a physical weight pressing down on the city. We hear the dissonance, the song vibrated through the air. We hear the stutter in the silence. The void is not a grave, it is a canker. The footnote is a lie told by the dying. The people in the plaza fell to their knees, clutching their heads. Even the Velzan staggered, its starlight robes flickering wildly as it struggled to maintain its own frequency against the onslaught of the star's collective ego. They're trying to overwrite us, Jenkins gasped, leaning against the console for support. They're projecting their reality onto ours. They're trying to make us believe we don't exist. Thorn felt the edges of his vision begin to fray. The obsidian walls of the command center seemed to turn to smoke. The amber sun above flickered, its light turning into the cold, judgmental white of a distant star. He felt the crushing weight of the chorus's logic, the idea that individual life was a mistake, a chaotic fluke in a universe that demanded perfect, silent order. You are the ash of a burning world, the song continued, growing louder, more intimate. You are the echo of a scream that has already ended. Return to the harmony, accept the silence. No, Thorn groaned, his voice barely a whisper. He reached out, trying to find the connection he had felt during the battle with the hunter. But the chorus was too loud. It was like trying to hear a heartbeat in the middle of a hurricane. Then a new sound cut through the divine arrogance of the stars. It was a harsh, rhythmic clanging, metal on stone. Thorn forced his eyes open and looked down at the plaza. Elias Thorn had stood up. He wasn't using a weapon. He was holding a heavy iron wrench from his ancient EVA suit, and he was rhythmically striking the base of the Pillar of Names. Clang, clang, clang. It was a small sound, a primitive sound. It was the sound of a human being refusing to be quiet. It was ugly, it was off-key, and it was glorious. Listen to it, Elias roared, his voice amplified by the station's comms system, which he had somehow hijacked. Listen to the sound of something that doesn't fit. You want harmony? Here's your harmony. It's the sound of a hammer. It's the sound of a heart. It's the sound of the dirt you came from. Elias began to sing. It wasn't a beautiful song. It was an old, gravelly sea shanty from a world that had been underwater for centuries. It was a song about storms and salt, about men who went down into the dark and came back with nothing but their lives. One by one, the humans in the plaza began to join in. They didn't know the words, but they knew the rhythm. They began to stomp their feet. They began to clap their hands. The Velzan, sensing the shift in the psychic pressure, began to emit a low, resonant hum that acted as a baseline to the human cacophony. The moth beings beat their wings against the glass towers, creating a shimmering percussion. The harmony of the stars began to crack. The crimson light at the horizon wavered, unable to compete with the sheer, chaotic joy of 1,000 different species refusing to be tuned to the same frequency. Vain, Thorn shouted, his strength returning as the psychic pressure lifted. Route the audio through the singularity's core. Use the event horizon as a megaphone. If they want to hear us, let's give them the whole damn concert. Vane's fingers flew across the light controls. Broadcasting now, Admiral, we're hitting them with every decibel of the footnote's soul. The sound that erupted from the singularity was unlike anything the galaxy had ever heard. It wasn't a song of war, and it wasn't a song of peace. It was the sound of life in all its messy, contradictory, beautiful complexity. It was the sound of 1 billion different stories being told at once, a roar of existence that defied the cold, singular logic of the stars. The tear in the null slammed shut. The crimson light vanished, replaced by the steady, warm amber of New Sol. The silence that followed was not the terrifying void of the chorus, but the satisfied quiet of a crowd that had just finished a long, difficult performance. Thorn slumped against the railing, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He looked down at the plaza. Elias had stopped hammering. The old man was looking up at the command center, his face unreadable. He didn't look like a savior, he looked like a man who had finally seen something he hadn't expected. He did it, Jenkins whispered, her eyes wide. He broke their hold. No, Thorn said, watching his ancestor. We did it. He just gave us the key. He turned to the Velzan representative, who was slowly regaining its luminescence. They'll be back, won't they? That was just a test. It was a conversation, the Velzan replied, its voice trembling with a new kind of emotion. For the first time in an eon, the stars have been told no. They do not know how to process a rejection. They will retreat to reorganize their thoughts. They will try to find a new way to sing us into submission. Let them try, Thorn said, his gaze moving across the city. Every time they speak, we'll just sing louder. We'll bring in more voices. We'll turn this footnote into a whole new book. He left the observation deck and made his way down to the plaza. The crowds parted for him, a sea of multifaceted eyes and strange limbs, all bowing or chirping or humming in a gesture of shared survival. He walked straight toward the pillar of names where Elias was sitting again, his iron wrench resting across his knees. Thorn stopped a few feet away. "Thank you, Commander." Elias didn't look up. "Don't thank me, boy. I didn't do it for you. I did it because I hate their music. It's too clean, too perfect, makes me want to vomit." "You saved us," Thorn persisted. "You showed us how to fight back without destroying everything." Elias finally looked up, his blue eyes cold and sharp. "I showed you how to buy time, that's all. The stars are patient. They've got billions of years to wait for us to make a mistake. They'll wait for your collective to argue. They'll wait for your resources to run low. They'll wait for you to start hating each other more than you hate them. Then we'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen," Thorn said. He reached out a hand. "Stay with us, Elias. We need someone who knows the dark. We need someone who isn't afraid to be the dissonance." Elias looked at Thorn's hand for a long time. Then, with a grunt of effort, he stood up. He didn't take the hand. Instead, he tucked the wrench back into his belt and looked toward the obsidian shard of his ship. "I'm not staying in your city, Arthur. It's too bright, too many people breathing. I'll keep my ship on the outskirts near the event horizon. If the stars start singing again, I'll hear them first." He began to walk away, his heavy boots thudding against the white sand. But after a few steps, he paused and looked back over his shoulder. "But if you're going to build a library, make sure you keep a section for the ghost stories. People need to remember what it was like when the dark was just the dark and not a place to hide." Thorn watched him go, a solitary figure walking toward the edge of the world. He felt a strange sense of peace. The footnote was no longer just a dream of escape. It was a reality, hardened by conflict and enriched by the arrival of the lost. He walked back to the pillar of names and ran his fingers over the etched letters. There were thousands of them, names of people who had never seen the violet sky, who had never felt the warmth of a sun made of consensus. He felt their presence now not as ghosts, but as the foundation of everything they were building. "Admiral," Vane's voice came through his comms, sounding lighter than it had in days. "Go ahead, Vane. We've got a new signal. It's faint, coming from the direction of the Perseus arm. It's not a refugee ship." Thorn felt a familiar tightening in his chest. "What is it?" "It's a probe, a very old, very slow probe. It's carrying a golden disc. I've run the translation. It's a greeting from a planet called Earth. But the timestamp, Admiral, this probe was launched before the stars even started talking. It's been drifting for tens of thousands of years." Thorn smiled, a genuine, warm smile that reached his eyes. "The Voyager, it finally found us." "What do we do with it, sir?" Thorn looked up at the great shadows, at the Velzan, and at the thousands of survivors who were now beginning to build their homes in the shadow of the singularity. "Catch it," Thorn said. "Bring it in, and put it in the center of the plaza. Let it be the first thing the new arrivals see." "A greeting from the past?" Vane asked. No, Thorn said, looking toward the distant, flickering stars. A promise for the future. Tell them that the vermin are still here, and we finally learned how to talk back. As the sun of New Sol began to set, casting long, amber shadows across the white sand, the footnotes settled into a quiet, rhythmic hum. It wasn't the silence of the void, and it wasn't the harmony of the chorus. It was the sound of a billion different lives, breathing, dreaming, and preparing for the dawn. The alien ark had fled the talking stars, but here in the heart of the dark they had found something much louder than a scream. They had found the strength to be a footnote that would never be erased. The retrieval of the Voyager probe was not the grand cinematic event the historians of the future would claim it to be. It was a delicate, agonizingly slow maneuver involving a swarm of Velzan gravity tethers and a heavy-lift salvage drone piloted by a weary Jenkins. When the ancient hunk of pre-warp metal finally touched down in the central plaza, it looked small. It looked like a toy discarded by a god. It was scarred by micrometeorites, pitted by the long erosion of interstellar dust, and smelled faintly of ozone and the deep, sterile cold of the vacuum. Thorn stood among the crowd as the containment shield hissed open. A hush fell over the gathered species. To the humans, it was a holy relic, a message in a bottle cast into the ocean of time by ancestors who couldn't have imagined the screaming choir their descendants would inherit. To the non-humans, the weavers, the crystalline entities, and the shifting shadows, it was a curiosity, a primitive seed from a world that had once been silent. "Is that it?" Vane whispered, standing at Thorn's shoulder. "The golden record." "That's it," Thorn said. He stepped forward, his boots crunching on the white sand. He reached out and touched the gold-plated copper disc. It was cold, but beneath his fingertips he felt the resonance of the footnote's power, the singularity's hum vibrating through the metal. He didn't need to play it. He knew what was on it. Greetings in 55 languages, the sound of a mother kissing her child, the whistle of a wind through a canyon, a heartbeat. It was a catalog of a world that no longer existed, preserved in the most durable medium the 20th century could devise. It was the ultimate footnote, a tiny, stubborn "I was here" shouted into the face of eternity. "We need to broadcast this," Jenkins said, joining them. She looked at the probe with a fierce, protective sort of grief. "Not just to the city, to the galaxy. If the stars are listening, let them hear what we were before they started screaming at us." "No," Thorn said, his voice firm. He looked up at the amber sun, then at the obsidian spire of the command center. "The stars don't deserve our history, not yet. We don't throw pearls to the wolves, Sarah. We keep this here. We make it the heart of the library. If anyone wants to hear the heartbeat of Earth, they have to come to the footnote. They have to join the song." The following weeks were a blur of construction and diplomacy. The footnote was no longer a temporary camp. It was becoming a fortress state of the mind. Under the direction of the Weaver Kings, the city's architecture began to evolve, incorporating the biological needs of 37 different species. There were methane chambers for the gas breathers of the Orpheus Rim, gravity wells for the heavy worlders and vast, silent gardens of bioluminescent moss for the telepaths who needed a break from the constant mental chatter of the city. The chapter of the Shield was more than just a military endeavor. It was a logistical miracle. The various species began to trade technologies that had been kept secret for millennia. The humans provided the rugged, adaptable hull designs of the Ark ships. The Velzan provided the folding space engines. The sentient nebulae provided the sensory arrays that could see through the interference of the chorus. But the most important development was the resonance grid. It was Vane's brainchild, inspired by Elia's crude hammering on the Pillar of Names. They installed massive tuning forks made of dark matter throughout the Singularity's event horizon. These forks were designed to catch the incoming psychic frequencies of the talking stars and shatter them, turning the overwhelming mental pressure into harmless background noise. A literal hum that the citizens of New Sol eventually grew to find comforting. Thorn spent his nights in the command center watching the borders of their sanctuary. The chorus had gone quiet after their failed poetic assault, but it was a predatory silence. He could feel them out there, a billion burning eyes watching the blind spot in the galaxy. They were learning, they were adapting. Somewhere in the deep dark, the stars were composing a new symphony, one designed to bypass the resonance grid. One evening, as the amber light of the sun faded into a deep, bruised purple, Thorn found himself walking toward the outskirts of the city. He followed the curve of the Singularity's edge, where the light began to stretch and warp, until he reached the jagged silhouette of Elia's ship. The old man was sitting on the lowered loading ramp, cleaning a piece of machinery with a rag that looked as old as he was. He didn't look up as Thorn approached. "You're late," Elias grumbled. "I didn't know I had an appointment," Thorn replied, leaning against the cold hull of the ship. "You're the Admiral. You're always late for something, usually for the realization that everything you've built is made of glass." Elias tossed the rag aside and looked at the horizon. "The grid is holding for now, but you know they're coming back with something worse than songs." "I know," Thorn said. "That's why I'm here. We've been analyzing the data from the last broadcast, the one you broke. There was a secondary frequency hidden in the static, a location." Elias went still. "Where?" "The great attractor," Thorn said softly, "the center of the Laniakea supercluster. Vane thinks it's not a gravitational anomaly. He thinks it's the conductor, the source of the chorus." Elias let out a low, humorless laugh. "The throne of God. You want to go there. You want to take your little fleet of refugees and sail into the mouth of the beast." "Not the fleet," Thorn said, "just one ship. A scout. We need to know if the conductor can be silenced. If we just sit here, Elias, eventually they'll find a way in. The footnote is a shield, but a shield eventually breaks. We need a sword." Elias stood up, his joints popping with a sound like dry twigs. He looked at Thorn, and for the first time The bitterness in his eyes was replaced by a strange, flickering respect. "You've got your father's eyes, Arthur. He was a fool, too. He thought he could negotiate with the dark. He thought if he just explained that we were people, the stars would stop." "I'm not looking to negotiate," Thorn said. "I'm looking to end the song." "And you want me to fly you there," Elias stated. "It wasn't a question. My ship is the only thing fast enough, and I'm the only pilot crazy enough to navigate the slipstream without a computer telling me I'm already dead." "I want you to lead the expedition," Thorn corrected. "I have to stay here, I have to hold the footnote together. But I need someone I can trust to see the truth of what's out there." Elias looked at his ship, then back at the shimmering city of New Sol. He looked at the Voyager probe sitting in the distance, a golden glint in the twilight. "I'll go," Elias said, "but not for your collective. I'll go because I want to see the look on their faces, whatever they have for faces, when they realize the vermin have found the podium." The departure of the remnant was a quiet affair. There were no speeches, no parades. The ship simply detached from the obsidian spire and slipped into the event horizon, its dark matter engines leaving a trail of distorted space that vanished in seconds. Thorn watched the ship go from the observation deck. Beside him, Jenkins was silent, her hand resting on the console. "Do you think they'll make it?" she asked. "I don't know," Thorn admitted, "but for the first time in 200 years we aren't just running, we're reaching." The months that followed were the most peaceful the Ark had ever known, and yet the most tense. The city continued to grow. The library was completed, a sprawling complex of crystal and light that housed the memories of 1,000 worlds. The Voyager probe sat in the atrium, a silent sentinel of the past. Species that had once been mortal enemies now worked together to optimize the resonance grid. The weavers spun suits of graviton silk for the human engineers, allowing them to work in high-gravity environments. The humans shared their knowledge of modular hydroponics, turning the barren sands of the singularity into a lush, multicolored forest of alien flora. It was a utopia built on the edge of a grave. One night, the alarm didn't sound. There was no crimson light, no poetic broadcast. Instead, there was a sudden, profound shift in the very fabric of the footnote. The amber sun flickered and died. The stars above, the false, projected stars of the singularity, vanished. Thorn rushed to the command center. "Vane, what's happening? Did the grid fail?" Vane was staring at his monitors, his face pale. "The grid is fine, sir, but the outside, the galaxy, it's gone." "What do you mean, gone?" "I'm not getting any readings from the aperture," Vane stammered. "No gravity waves, no light, no background radiation. It's like the universe outside the footnote just stopped existing." A cold dread settled in Thorn's gut. He looked out the window. The void beyond the singularity was no longer black. It was a flat, featureless gray. It was the color of a screen that had been turned off. They did it, Jenkins whispered, her voice trembling. They didn't break the shield, they deleted us. They removed the footnote from the map. Not deleted, a new voice said. Thorn turned. The Velzan representative was standing in the doorway, its starlight robes dim and flickering. It looked older, more fragile. The chorus has reached its final movement, the Velzan said. They have achieved the perfect silence. They have folded the rest of the galaxy into themselves. There is nothing left out there but the harmony. We are all that remains of the dissonance. The realization hit Thorn like a physical blow. The talking stars hadn't just won the war, they had finished the book. They had erased every word, every sentence, every footnote that didn't fit their song. The entire Milky Way, with its billions of stars and trillions of lives, was now a single, silent thought in the mind of the chorus. Then we're alone, Jenkins said, sinking into a chair. We're the only things left in the universe. Not the only things, Thorn said, his voice hardening. He looked at the gray void. We're the only things that are still real. A sudden spark of light appeared in the gray. It was tiny, a pinprick of white-hot defiance. It grew larger, trailing a wake of distorted space. It's the remnant, Vane shouted. They're coming back, and they're bringing something with them. The ship burst through the gray wall, its hull glowing with the heat of 1,000 suns. It wasn't alone. Towed behind it, held in a massive lattice of graviton webs, was a sphere of pure, pulsating light. It looked like a miniature star, but its rhythm was familiar. It was the rhythmic clanging of a hammer. It was the beat of a heart. The remnant slammed into the docking bay of the spire, and Elia's Thorn stumbled out before the atmosphere had even fully cycled. He was covered in soot, his EVA suit torn, but his eyes were blazing with a terrifying, triumphant joy. We found it, he roared, grabbing Arthur by the shoulders. We found the conductor. It wasn't a god, Arthur, it was a machine. A massive, ancient, lonely machine that someone left running at the beginning of time. The sphere, Thorn asked, gesturing to the glowing object outside. It's the master recording, Elias gasped. The original frequency. The one that started the song. We didn't destroy it, we changed it. Changed it how? Elias grinned, a jagged, beautiful expression. We gave it a new track. We played the Voyager record into its core. We gave it the heartbeat. We gave it the mother's kiss. We gave it the sound of the wind. As he spoke, the gray void outside began to crack. Streaks of color, vibrant greens, deep blues, fiery oranges began to bleed through the monotone. The amber sun of New Sol reignited, but its light was different now. It was warmer. It was more complex. The perfect silence of the galaxy was being overwritten. The heartbeat of Earth, amplified by the power of the Great Attractor, was pulsing outward, shattering the harmony of the stars. The chorus didn't scream this time, they didn't fight back, they simply changed. Across the galaxy, the stars began to flicker. Their cold, judgmental light softened. The telepathic roar that had hunted the Ark for 2 centuries began to dissolve into a billion individual whispers. The stars weren't talking anymore, they were listening. Thorn stood on the observation deck, watching as the universe rushed back into existence. It wasn't the same universe they had fled. It was something new, something messy, something loud. The second chapter is over, Vane said softly, watching the monitors. The shield is no longer needed. Then what comes next? Jenkins asked. Thorn looked at the various species gathered in the plaza. He saw the weavers and the shadows, the humans and the Velzan, all looking up at the sky with a sense of wonder that had nothing to do with fear. He saw the Voyager probe, its golden disk reflecting the light of a revitalized galaxy. The third chapter, Thorn said. What do we call it? Thorn smiled. He thought of the long flight, the desperate battles, and the bitter old man who had hammered on a stone pillar to save a world he didn't understand. He thought of the vermin who had dared to sing back to the heavens. We call it the conversation, Thorn said. The footnote was no longer a hole in reality. It was a bridge. The singularity that had been a place of hiding was now the center of a new interstellar civilization, one that didn't demand harmony but celebrated the beautiful, chaotic dissonance of life. The Ark had stopped fleeing. The talking stars had started learning. And as the first light of a new era washed over the white sands of New Sol, Arthur Thorne realized that the story was no longer being written by the stars or by the people between them.